Match found.
I don't know. No,
Move or get
no
zapped.
problem.
Okay, let's win this.
Gotta go. Go, go, go!
B. A.
Gotta go! I'm out of here!
Enemy spotted. Somebody's there.
Spike down A. Go, go, go!
Enemy A.
Who else? Reloading.
I'm out of here! I'm out of here!
B.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Go, go, go!
Not this time.
Let them try to get through me.
Saving. I'm out of here. Gotta go. Gotta go. Go, go, go.
Farewell. Enemy B.
Spike down B. I'm out of here.
Multiple enemies B. So close. Right there.
Go, go, go. Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
I saw.
Running low.
Back a little.
Healing you.
Nej.
This suit is ruined.
Gotta go.
Good job.
不错 promising.
Go, go, go. I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Steps A.
I'm out of
Open
here.
A.
I'm out of here.
Enemy A.
Gotta go. Reloading.
Gotcha.
My ult is ready.
Spike down A.
Go,
Spike
go, go.
on A. No distraction.
Reloading.
Lećcie. No.
Watch out.
One enemy remaining.
Brawo.
Look, found you. Free target practice. I'll take it. Gotta go. Go, go, go.
These attacks are very professional, huh? School, cuate. Target down. Enemy spotted.
Go, go, go.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
Here.
Flawless.
Reloading.
Easy.
That was clean. Keep it up. Gotta go.
So, do we mix it up? Double down?
I'm out of here.
B2,
Time's
B3.
up. Let's go.
Brąz 3.
I'm out of here.
Mosh pit!
Multiple enemies mid. Reloading. Breaking down.
Ale
Watch out. Rest.
jet minus 131.
Here. Healing you. Gotta go. Here.
Removed.
Nie, jumper. B.
Go, go, go.
B.
Go, go, go. Shortcut.
No rush,
Spike
no rush.
planted. Last player standing.
Oh,
One enemy remaining.
heal. Go. Nice.
I will not die
Połowa.
here.
You had your
No, połowa.
My turn.
No.
Please stay alive. I hate making new friends. I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Zero in. No distraction.
Go, go,
Yes.
go.
No. No.
Trap destroyed.
Gotta go.
Right there.
Take this.
80
Get
on
wrecked.
Clove. I think they're moving A.
Spike
Yeah,
down
spike
A.
A.
Spikes A.
Go, go, go.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. Clutch.
I faced
Take
worse.
the op.
Gotta go.
Yeah, I know she popped off. I was there.
I can buy for you, my treat.
Vá ao Memorial da Carreira do Vento, no Jardim dos Heróis. Conheça a sua imparável Batalha dos Elementos.
Go, go, go.
Contra a água, travada.
Gotta go. I'll show them. Lintik kayo.
You want to play? Let's play.
I'm out of here. Get out of my way.
It's all you, little homie.
Destabilizing.
Coming through. I'm out of here.
Reloading. Reloading.
Fought well. Enemy spotted. Mid.
Stopping fire.
Take this.
Of course.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. 30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Minus
No,
68. Minus 60. Vandal, Vandal, Vandal.
10 seconds left.
Time, time, time.
Clutch.
No. Give them time.
If you must fall,
Hey.
then fall near me.
Can someone buy me, please? Appreciate it.
They
Gotta go.
are so dead.
Gotta go. Barrier. I'm out of here.
Spike down B.
Spikes here.
Almost out.
Show me a target.
Enemy removed.
Someone going A. They're going A.
Go, go, go! Go, go, go!
Not enough.
You had your fun. My turn.
Mid.
Next. Enemy spotted A.
Spike
One
planted. One enemy remaining.
3.
Good job.
I'm
Nice.
out of here.
My ult is ready. Whew, I was sweating.
Okay, which gun to pick this time?
Gotta go! I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
We go.
Go, go, go!
No distraction. Enemy mid.
No, nie ten.
I have them.
I
Spike
know
planted.
exactly where you are.
Try again.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
Saw you, Mosh! Wingman's defusing.
Got it.
There's my buddy.
Instinct only goes so far. Skill covers the rest.
Go, go, go! Gotta go!
Thank you.
I'm out of here.
Thank you.
Take them one by one. Here.
Go, go, go! Wall raised.
Stand aside.
Your duty is not over.
There they are.
That sucked.
Focusing.
Spike planted.
Of course.
Gotta go!
Right there. Someone's there. Enemy B. You lose. My buddy's defusing.
I'm out of
Found my
here.
wingman.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready. Reloading.
It's off.
Go, go, go!
One bullet per enemy. That should be enough, yes?
Gotta go! I'm ready, Sage. We got this.
Show me a target.
No.
I have them.
Blow him up, Mosh!
Enemy spotted mid.
Spike down mid.
Spike's here. Spike is mid.
That's 3. My ult is ready.
One enemy remaining.
And
Nice.
4. Teleport's ready.
Reloading.
Ace.
Nice.
Good job.
santé.
For you.
Last round before the switch.
This is it. Get those guns.
Tem alguma questão sobre o Jardim dos Heróis? Os nossos
I'm out of here. Gotta go.
They are so dead.
See you on the other side.
No distraction.
Enemies B. Oh, I like it.
Watch out. Gotta
Reloading.
go.
Enemy mid.
Too slow. Get out of my way. Here.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
We can just be friends, huh?
For you.
Switching sides.
Ingat ka. Don't get stabbed. Bad way to go.
Okay. Focusing.
Enemy B. Someone's there. Here. Excusez-moi.
Bad
Reloading.
move.
Here.
I'm out of here.
Here.
Plant the spike.
Go,
Wings.
go, go.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings. Right there.
Contact.
Enemy B.
Enemy. Dizzy has targets.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Here.
Oh, ordeal?
Good job.
It's over. Sorry for the late notice.
Every fight is a lesson.
Reloading.
Let's see how it goes.
Go, go, go.
Dizzy's up top.
Gotta go.
Right there.
Here.
Mosh pit.
Reloading. Reloading. I'm out of here.
Bro, Gecko.
I'm reloading.
Wingman's
Drop it.
planting.
Think.
They found my trap.
Spike down B.
Teleport's gone. Next.
Enemy down.
Last player
No,
standing.
minus 70.
Okay.
No.
That's true. Good advice.
ISO, can I get your phantom skin?
Up and away.
Someone's there.
I'm out of here.
Of course.
Sit down. Enemy A.
Last
spike is
player
down.
standing. Spike down A.
There's someone camping there.
Thirty seconds left.
Focusing. Target down.
10 seconds left.
Got the spike.
No.
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you?
They are so dead.
Da área de aquário. Apresente
Go, go, go!
imagens aos heróis que salvaram a nossa cidade e servem de nosso grupo. Está vivo.
Focus now. Eyes off me.
Dizzy's up.
Gotta go!
Right there. Enemy B. Saw you, Mosh.
You're
Reloading.
dead.
Here.
Next. My ult is ready.
Dizzy's up top. Dizzy has.
Coming
Wingman's
through!
gonna plant spike.
Barrier created.
No.
The wingman's down.
Spike down B.
Here.
I love this gun.
One enemy
Go.
remaining.
Shot.
Last player standing.
No. Plant,
Watch
plant.
out!
Clutch.
No.
All right, homies, chill. We'll go again. Damn, you love being here. Like, way too much.
Go, go, go!
In we go.
I'm out of here!
No
Up and
distraction.
away.
spotted B.
There they are.
Reloading. Reloading.
Somebody's there. Not the spike.
Wings.
Got him. Spike's ticking. Thanks, little
Here,
man.
enemy spotted B.
One
One
enemy
less.
remaining.
Nice.
That was so fucking lucky.
Teleport's broken.
Here. Barrier created.
Nice.
Match point.
Keep doing what we're doing, and we got it.
Need a drop. Salamat, thanks.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
Gotta go.
Up we go.
Gotta go.
Mosh pit.
Go, go, go. Here we go.
Dizzy's up top.
Running low.
Wingman's
Hi,
planting.
I'm pissed.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
Take this.
Crash is ready.
Good up. GG.
It's all you, little homie.
I'm
GG.
out of here.
Got him.
GG. Thank you, Secretary.
Attackers win.
For their sake, I'm glad it's over.
Will often use sentences in which the systems are the subjects, such as, System 2 calculates products. The use of such language is considered a sin in professional circles in which I travel, because it seems to explain the thoughts and actions of a person by the thoughts and actions of little people inside the person's head. Grammatically, the sentence about System 2 is similar to, the butler steals the petty cash. My colleagues would point out that the butler's action actually explains the disappearance of the cash, and they rightly question whether the sentence about System 2 explains how products are calculated. My answer is that the brief, active sentence that attributes calculation to System 2 is intended as a description, not an explanation. It is meaningful only because of what you already know about System 2. It is shorthand for the following. Mental arithmetic is a voluntary activity that requires effort, should not be performed while making a left turn, and is associated with dilated pupils and an accelerated heart rate. Similarly, the statement that highway driving under routine conditions is left to System 1 means that steering the car around a bend is automatic and almost effortless. It also implies that an experienced driver can drive on an empty highway while conducting a conversation. Finally, System 2 prevented James from reacting foolishly to the insult, means that James would have been more aggressive in his response if his capacity for effortful control had been disrupted, for example, if he had been drunk. System 1 and System 2 are so central to the story I tell in this book that I must make it absolutely clear that they are fictitious characters. System 1 and 2 are not systems in the standard sense of entities with interacting aspects or parts, and there is no one part of the brain that either of the systems would call home. You may well ask, what is the point of introducing fictitious characters with ugly names into a serious book? The answer is that the characters are useful because of some quirks of our minds, yours and mine. A sentence is understood more easily if it describes what an agent, System 2, does than if it describes what something is, what properties it has. In other words, System 2 is a better subject for a sentence than mental arithmetic. The mind, especially System 1, appears to have a special aptitude for the construction and interpretation of stories about active agents who have personalities, habits, and abilities. You quickly formed a bad opinion of the thieving butler, you expect more bad behavior from him, and you will remember him for a while. This is also my hope for the language of systems. Why call them System 1 and System 2 rather than the more descriptive automatic system and effortful system? The reason is simple. Automatic system takes longer to say than System 1, and therefore takes more space in your working memory. This matters because anything that occupies your working memory reduces your ability to think. You should treat System 1 and System 2 as nicknames, like Bob and Joe, identifying characters that you will get to know over the course of this book. The fictitious systems make it easier for me to think about judgment and choice, and will make it easier for you to understand what I say. Speaking of System 1 and System 2. He had the impression, but some of his impressions are illusions. This was pure System 1 response. She reacted to the threat before she recognized it. This is your System 1 talking. Slow down and let your System 2 take control. Chapter 2. Attention and Effort. In the unlikely event of this book being made into a film, System 2 would be a supporting character who believes herself to be the hero. The defining feature of System 2 in this story is that its operations are effortful, and one of its main characteristics is laziness, a reluctance to invest more effort than is strictly necessary. As a consequence, the thoughts and actions that System 2 believes it has chosen are often guided by the figure at the center of the story, System 1. However, there are vital tasks that only System 2 can perform because they require effort and acts of self-control in which the intuitions and impulses of System 1 are overcome. Mental effort. If you wish to experience your System 2 working at full tilt, the following exercise will do. It should bring you to the limits of your cognitive abilities within 5 seconds. To start, make up several strings of 4 digits, all different, and write each string on an index card. Place a blank card on top of the deck. The task that you will perform is called Add 1. Here's how it goes. Start beating a steady rhythm, or better yet, set a metronome at 1 beat per second. Remove the blank card and read the 4 digits aloud. Wait for 2 beats, then report a string in which each of the original digits is incremented by 1. If the digits on the card are 5, 2, 9, 4, the correct response is 6, 3, 0, 5. Keeping the rhythm is important. Few people can cope with more than 4 digits in the Add 1 task, but if you want a harder challenge, please try Add 3. If you would like to know what your body is doing while your mind is hard at work, set up 2 piles of books on a sturdy table, place a video camera on one and lean your chin on the other, get the video going, and stare at the camera lens while you work on Add 1 or Add 3 exercises. Later, you will find in the changing size of your pupils a faithful record of how hard you worked. I have a long personal history with the Add 1 task. Early in my career, I spent a year at the University of Michigan as a visitor in a laboratory that studied hypnosis. Casting about for a useful topic of research, I found an article in Scientific American in which the psychologist Eckhard Hess described the pupil of the eye as a window to the soul. I reread it recently and again found it inspiring. It begins with Hess reporting that his wife had noticed his pupils widening as he watched beautiful nature pictures, and it ends with 2 striking pictures of the same good-looking woman who somehow appears much more attractive in one than in the other. There is only one difference. The pupils of the eyes appear dilated in the attractive picture and constricted in the other. Hess also wrote of belladonna, a pupil-dilating substance that was used as a cosmetic, and of bizarre shoppers who wear dark glasses in order to hide their level of interest from merchants. One of Hess's findings especially captured my attention. He had noticed that the pupils are sensitive indicators of mental effort. They dilate substantially when people multiply 2-digit numbers, and they dilate more if the problems are hard than if they are easy. His observations indicated that the response to mental effort is distinct from emotional arousal. Hess's work did not have much to do with hypnosis, but I concluded that the idea of a visible indication of mental effort had promise as a research topic. A graduate student in the lab, Jackson Beatty, shared my enthusiasm, and we got to work. Beatty and I developed a setup similar to an optician's examination room, in which the experimental participant leaned her head on a chin and forehead rest and stared at a camera while listening to pre-recorded information and answering questions on the recorded beats of a metronome. The beats triggered an infrared flash every second, causing a picture to be taken. At the end of each experimental session, we would rush to have the film developed, project the images of the pupil on a screen, and go to work with a ruler. The method was a perfect fit for young and impatient researchers. We knew our results almost immediately, and they always told a clear story. Beatty and I focused on paced tasks, such as Add 1, in which we knew precisely what was on the subject's mind at any time. We recorded strings of digits on beats of the metronome and instructed the subject to repeat or transform the digits one by one, maintaining the same rhythm. We soon discovered that the size of the pupil varied second by second, reflecting the changing demands of the task. The shape of the response was an inverted V. As you experienced it, if you tried Add 1 or Add 3, Effort builds up with every added digit that you hear, reaches an almost intolerable peak as you rush to produce a transformed string during and immediately after the pause, and relaxes gradually as you unload your short-term memory. The pupil data corresponded precisely to subjective experience. Longer strings reliably caused larger dilations. The transformation task compounded the effort, and the peak of pupil size coincided with maximum effort. Add 1 with 4 digits caused a larger dilation than the task of holding 7 digits for immediate recall. Add 3, which is much more difficult, is the most demanding that I ever observed. In the first 5 seconds, the pupil dilates by about 50% of its original area, and heart rate increases by about 7 beats per minute. This is as hard as people can work. They give up if more is asked of them. When we exposed our subjects to more digits than they could remember, their pupils stopped dilating or actually shrank. We worked for some months in a spacious basement suite in which we had set up a closed-circuit system that projected an image of the subject's pupil on a screen in the corridor. We also could hear what was happening in the laboratory. The diameter of the projected pupil was about a foot. Watching it dilate and contract when the participant was at work was a fascinating sight, quite an attraction for visitors in our lab. We amused ourselves and impressed our guests by our ability to divine when the participant gave up on a task. During a mental multiplication, the pupil normally dilated to a large size within a few seconds and stayed large as long as the individual kept working on the problem. It contracted immediately when she found a solution or gave up. As we watched from the corridor, we would sometimes surprise both the owner of the pupil and our guests by asking, "Why did you stop working just now?" The answer from inside the lab was often, "How did you know?" To which we would reply, "We have a window to your soul." The casual observations we made from the corridor were sometimes as informative as the formal experiments. I made a significant discovery as I was idly watching a woman's pupil during a break between 2 tasks. She had kept her position on the chin rest, so I could see the image of her eye while she engaged in routine conversation with the experimenter. I was surprised to see that the pupil remained small and did not noticeably dilate as she talked and listened. Unlike the tasks that we were studying, the mundane conversation apparently demanded little or no effort, no more than retaining 2 or 3 digits. This was a eureka moment. I realized that the tasks we had chosen for study were exceptionally effortful. An image came to mind. Mental life, today I would speak of the life of System 2, is normally conducted at the pace of a comfortable walk, sometimes interrupted by episodes of jogging, and on rare occasions by a frantic sprint. The Add 1 and Add 3 exercises are sprints, and casual chatting is a stroll. We found that people, when engaged in a mental sprint, may become effectively blind. The authors of The Invisible Gorilla had made the gorilla invisible by keeping the observers intensely busy counting passes. We reported a rather less dramatic example of blindness during Add 1. Our subjects were exposed to a series of rapidly flashing letters while they worked. They were told to give the task complete priority, but they were also asked to report at the end of the digit task whether the letter K had appeared at any time during the trial. The main finding was that the ability to detect and report the target letter changed in the course of the 10 seconds of the exercise. The observers almost never missed a K that was shown at the beginning or near the end of the Add 1 task, but they missed the target almost half the time when mental effort was at its peak, although we had pictures of their wide-open eye staring straight at it. failures of detection followed the same inverted V pattern as the dilating pupil. The similarity was reassuring. The pupil was a good measure of the physical arousal that accompanies mental effort, and we could go ahead and use it to understand how the mind works. Much like the electricity meter outside your house or apartment, the pupils offer an index of the current rate at which mental energy is used. The analogy goes deep. Your use of electricity depends on what you choose to do, whether to light a room or toast a piece of bread. When you turn on a bulb or a toaster, it draws the energy it needs, but no more. Similarly, we decide what to do, but we have limited control over the effort of doing it. Suppose you are shown 4 digits, say 9462, and told that your life depends on holding them in memory for 10 seconds. However much you want to live, you cannot exert as much effort in this task as you would be forced to invest to complete an add-3 transformation on the same digits.
Hello.
System 2 and the...
Fine. And you? Okay. Oh, I want to tell you that I didn't play in like 2 days, so I don't know if I would, you know. Okay.
Match found.
Pepe, cámara con. Ya.
Problem.
No problem.
Or get zapped.
Bro, triata, no sé, tío. La
No
clove va bé, ja està.
Ah.
No. No, perquè si l'altre volia triar l'astre, què?
Que sàpiga un altre.
Vale.
Un iniciador, mi tío. Hey, mamones, ¿cómo estáis?
Ei,
¿Sabes la NAS, Pepe?
la NAS, sí, què passa?
No, pero la NAS de Mil Ojeda, bro.
Ah, no.
Bro, aquí joven millonario.
No sé.
Me encanta compararla, bro.
Mm. Sí, reina, perquè no tenim duelista. Bueno, tenim 2.
A mí. Ya tenemos un sentinela, un smoker y ya. Un duelista, ya está, a ver. It's very good.
My father used to say, a fight is won before the first punch is thrown. We've trained. We are ready.
Buah, es la primera partida, no sé si la yo.
Jo també, tio, what the fuck, el veig raro.
De repente, bro, ni rápida ni competitiva. Directa compe.
Ja, pues baixarem,
Sí, yo creo que sí. No está mal nuestra prank. ¿O no?
Pobre el nostre.
Spanish.
I'm out of here. Go.
Here.
Buah, me encanta compararla, Clove.
Enemy spotted B.
Is B.
Gotta go.
Right here.
Dragona.
Yeah.
30 jet. Jet's insane.
Spike down B.
Back
One
up.
enemy remaining.
Gotta go.
Estaba la trepista.
Spike spotted.
Go, go, go.
Keep it up, hermanos.
I'm out of here.
Abogada per l'espanyol.
¿Qué?
Gotta go.
¿Qué has dit?
Et dejo acaba per l'espanyol.
Tejo. Ah, bueno.
Saving.
¿Cómo excavas a cuchillo?
Gotta go.
Epa. Ya está, no.
Enemy spotted B.
Ok.
Sí, sí.
No, también
Eso
B.
mismo.
B también.
Por eso, sí, no veo.
Jet's
Voy a
inside.
un paso.
Está la jet, bro. ¿Cómo se agacha? Madre mía, bro. Puto bicho.
Spike planted.
Me ha tirado el jueguito, bro.
Enemy B.
Go away.
Le he puesto un número ahí.
Take this.
Ya está.
Got him.
¡Bola! Nice, Neo.
Go, go, go. I'm out of here.
Last player standing.
Drop in a smoke. Go, go, go.
Save Marshall.
One
No,
enemy
you have
remaining.
Marshall behind.
I'm out of here.
Nice.
No time.
Don't time.
My advice, don't get shot. Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
Buah, qué...
This
Esta skin combina mucho con la banda. Van de la...
Ok.
Después te la enseño.
Don't they know stealing is wrong?
Y ya no.
Watch out.
Vale, no saben.
Gotta go.
Pongo... Han entrado.
Good. No, que va, yo sé que yo.
This way. I'm out of here.
Encima los fallos.
Gotta go.
En mid. Es en mid.
Roten, Roti.
Enemy spotted me.
I'm out of here.
Right here. Away with you.
Almost out.
Gun here.
Buah, me lleva banda el cabrón.
Spike planted.
Mantén.
Last player standing.
En el...
He cagat.
Banda.
Teleport's ready.
Ahora mateix no son... No.
Not your best.
Wow. Espera, tampoco... Fico un...
No peeking.
No, me he equivocat.
Oh, net. Sorry. This is my first
Fight till the end.
game.
No matter what.
Bro, perdón.
Yes. After few rounds, I can do better.
Need a drop.
Sorry, but my English is not that good, okay?
A mí...
Gotta go.
Dime.
Go, go, go.
Spot first.
Ya. Bueno, la teva ni parlar-ne, és broma.
Ojalá te pasas.
Get out of my way. Watch out.
Here.
Menos...
Humo, topa.
Reina, ey. Que no puedo.
I have
What I think?
Dead and buried.
Buah, la andaba a matar.
Vale, bueno. Me pasa un.
Spike down A.
Locating target.
Scyther.
Drone is down.
One enemy remaining.
Bueno, la reina está allá.
Grenade is
yeah.
live.
50 Reina.
Here, catch.
Tenía un spike, tenía un spike. No.
No,
Tengo
sí,
puerta,
ya,
tengo
ya,
puerta,
sí.
tengo puerta. Ah, ya se toca, ya se toca. Chill.
Last
Se
player
Posa humo,
standing.
posa humo.
Clutch.
¡Hostia! NT.
Hi. Fight's not
Hostia,
over, you
tío,
know.
mete una hostia al cabrón.
Gotta go.
Pero me ha fotut una hostia. Ai,
Ja, és que ha fet POM!
m'ha fotut un susto, bro.
Go.
No sé. Tu no ho notes, tu?
I ara maybe.
Vale,
Take this.
what the fuck?
Puta madre!
There they are.
Last player standing.
Estava
Spike
acabadísimo.
planted.
NT.
My ultimate is not ready.
Buah, Antejo sí que se está.
Safe. Vaig, hem de posar el Prime, tio. Està acabadíssim, segurament.
Not unless I can fucking one tap. I can't.
Bro, Inti. They are coming.
Deep breaths, everyone.
Pepe, la teva
Your
mira
hearts
fresca.
are pounding.
Ui, la teva sensi.
0,22. I el meu DPI és 1600.
A veure,
Per
si
tant,
puc
no sé.
provar, bro. Jo
I'm
no-
outta here.
Una mica ràpid, saps?
Ah,
És lo que...
They are so dead.
No time for regret.
Gotta go.
Porto 2 dies sense jugar a Valorant
go,
i mira com...
gotta go. Jo també.
Is in B.
One suppressed.
Is in B.
Gotta go. Running low.
Vinga!
I'm out of here.
Aquesta l'aguanto,
Light munition.
Go.
B.
Reina mid.
No hi ha ningú,
Vinga, tio, cap allà.
Crec que estan a A.
Sí.
Is A.
They are rotating, I think.
I'm going...
Oh!
Estan a...
Spike planted.
Is in A.
Vigila CC.
Last player standing.
Bro!
Colgó los guayos.
Què passa?
No l'has donat?
Got them. My ultimate is ready.
4.
No, que no es gasti ara.
This is how it ends.
Ah, vale.
enemy remaining.
That's three.
Difícil, bro, l'altre. Està acabadíssim. Una F, tio.
Bro,
Estem acabadíssims, bro.
Make peace with yourself before you pull the trigger.
no
No
em crec
one else
ni una
can
vegada.
judge you.
És que fa molt que no jugo.
Go, go,
tio,
go.
en plan, what the fuck,
Jo
hermano.
també. Digue-li.
Da igual, ja ho sap, ja ho sap.
I'm out of here.
Com ho saps?
Perquè l'he dit jo. En plan, l'he dit que, bueno, és la meva opinió.
I'm out of here.
Bueno, els dos.
Ah, vale. Bueno, és que tu jo no t'he escoltat, eh.
Drop in a smoke. Go, go, go.
Damn. Todos allà, tio. Vaig.
Drop in a smoke.
Heu de vigilar perquè no passin.
Gotta go.
Potser roten, eh.
¿Por qué me gusta? Easy mid.
Ready.
Me'n vaig a...
Gotta go. Reloading.
Enemy mid.
No peeking.
Ei.
Reloading.
I'm out of here.
Yes, easy mid.
Planting in A.
Spike planted.
Almost out. Enemy spotted. A. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, no.
Reload.
Good.
No easy night for you, wee man.
Va, que sé. Panda.
Finally, one.
No! Be dead. Eh bien, they're not so
No, bro.
Ah.
Go,
Bro,
go, go.
lo d'en Bridge, aquella, en plan, la que fa mal, bro, treu molta vida, bro, m'ha donat una i m'ha tret 80, bro.
No, a mi també, bro, que a mi m'ha patat amb el foc directe.
Ah,
I'm out of here.
que fa molt de mal, bro. La fa...
És que té que fer mal, és foc.
I'm out of here.
Ja.
Enemy spotted.
Spike down B.
Gotta go.
Here.
Smart move.
Nice.
Gotta go. Go.
¿Rotan?
No. Sí, bro.
Sí, rotan.
Go,
Me quedo
go,
aquí,
go.
me quedo aquí. Poco a poco.
Like I
Vale,
never
vale.
left.
Vale, sí, rotan.
One enemy
La
remaining.
reina, bro. Se mamava.
Here.
Go,
A
go.
baix, Pepe, a baix teu. A la caixa.
Spike planted.
Veus?
Ui.
Pepe, què t'està passant?
I'm out of here.
Nice.
Bro, què t'ha passat?
Gotta go.
You saved me.
Va néixer l'altre.
Did you really expect that to work?
My ballistic setup
Go,
is
go, go.
fierce.
Pepe, OP.
And if they don't, well,
Why?
I'm out of here.
Va néixer l'OP. No és que serà tot normal. Què? Gràcies. No aniré a B, aniré a A. Vés a B.
Da igual, bro.
In we go.
Me la puc fer, jo me la puc fer.
The hunt begins. There. Two suppressed.
Gotta go.
Damn.
I'm a good shot.
Correnem.
I'm out of here. Go.
Reloading.
Ah, no veig res, bro, m'han ficat
Que bueno.
per la reina.
Ja.
Last player standing.
No surtis, no surtis, no.
Spike planted.
What the fuck?
Sorry.
The symphony of death. Don't worry.
You get used to it.
Go, go, go!
Vale. Me tinc que ficar serio, bro.
Claro, la dupla serio, bro.
Bro, ¿por qué estás ets nivell 0?
Come on then!
Com?
¿Por qué ets nivell 0?
Drone going
Com
out.
a nivell 0.
Get out of my way!
Pues no estan.
Enemy spotted A.
I'm out of here!
Enemy spotted A.
Ara vent, ara vent. A mi.
Running low.
Resultat.
Gotta go! Go, go, go! Take this.
Spike down A.
Juegan per tal.
Have one of these. Spike spotted A.
No tornarà per...
Oh! Here, behind.
I know exactly where you are.
Està dalt.
Right here. No peeking.
Last player standing.
Uala. M'han rotat tan ràpid.
Killing them is easier than all this radio night.
Però si estaven allà...
Ja, però no podia pujar, no, si no se pujaria ja estaria mort.
Ah.
I se arria, bro.
L'altre. Diu, por fin està fent alguna cosa.
I'm out of here.
En plan, anteojo a la neón, diu, por fin... Ai, al Jet, diu, por fin està fent alguna cosa. Ah. Oops.
Go, go, go!
Enemy spotted B.
Almost out.
Buah, no.
Drop in a smoke.
Rest. Prepare for
I'm
hellfire.
out of here.
Oh my god.
Watch out! This way.
Vaig veure amb...
Enemy spotted mid. Right.
Spike down mid.
Bona!
One enemy remaining.
És que sabia que vindran a mi, tira.
Gotta go! Go, go, go! Ow!
Nice.
Que guapo.
Last round in the half.
You want to survive? Bring the right gun.
Hòstia, en anglès és raro,
Ja.
Vale, vaig a piquear, vale.
Vale, Jet, per què no t'arrius ara? Per què no t'arrius?
Ja, jaja.
I'm out of here.
Quan t'arreies...
No puc morir així, no puc morir, bro. És que no sé què he fet, la veritat. Que no sé què he fet.
The hunt begins.
They will cower. You disappoint me.
Here we go! Shocking! Almost out. Next!
One enemy remaining.
Estan allà,
Grenade is live.
Nice.
I'll walk it off. My ult is ready.
Switching sides.
Oh, This reminds me of this one time where I
pasa? La ulti, bro.
I'm out of here.
One in ese.
Vale, perdó, tío.
¿Por qué? Perdón, ¿por qué?
Porque
Gotta
només
go.
por tu put kills, ¿vale?
Gotta go.
He passat de última, na. Leon, I know you are doesn't understand anything, but don't worry.
Vas a ver que le has dicho, pero...
Ok. Ok.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
Va, bàsicament diu que crearà el muro i anem a tope. En plan, tu posa els humos ja i anem.
Go, go, go. No peeking. Shortcut. Gotta go.
Last player standing.
Oh my god.
Spike down A.
Bro, la reina, what the...
I'm dead.
I don't have the smoker.
Excusez-moi.
Al pot ser encara, saps?
Trap destroyed.
Wow.
Vale, és que what the fuck, bro.
El timing del Valorant, bro. What the fuck, el timing.
We can stand around all day talking about killing them, or we just do it.
Push just mid.
I'm out of here.
Push.
No, perquè... Pepe, te reto que vagis amb xèrif.
Vale, mira, ja estic anant amb xèrif. Has vist?
No, però xèrif normal, clàssic, normal.
Però que això també és normal.
I've done more with
Però
less.
sense
Keep
mira.
fighting.
Bueno, deixa, da igual.
Ah.
Dropping smokes. Go, go, go. Reloading. Coming through. Gotta go.
Cutting their vision.
Ja no tinc arma, bro.
I'm out of here.
M'he gastat totes les bales per la fucking reina.
Right here.
Defender spawn.
Right here.
Enemy spotted. Defender spawn.
Here.
Spike planted.
És molt
Here.
raro. Està allà en Cypher.
On?
Allà on t'he marcat
Right
aquí.
here.
Vale.
Right here.
Here.
Dropping a smoke.
Enemy B. Reloading.
Reloading. Enemy
Per
spotted
mort, bro.
B.
Oh, Cypher!
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Nice, Tejo.
Nice.
No, però que li ha anat a Chillo, bro, el Tejo.
Ja ho he vist, a Cypher.
My city needs me.
A mi
I
en
can't be away for
Serra m'ha
long.
vingut amb
Let's
d'esto,
end this quickly.
Ja, bro.
l'escopeta.
A mi m'ha matat amb Bridge que no s'ho creu ni ell, bro. O sigui, jo estava al costat.
El problema és que... Ja... Te'ls fiquen smoke amb bridge.
Go, go, go.
És molt fàcil de matar, bro.
Ja, bro.
Go, go, go. Let's go. No peeking.
All missiles away.
No piquen.
Reloading.
Esperamos a que...
Locating targets. One suppressed.
I'm out of here. Watch out.
Bueno, yo había venido y ya está la A.
Dropping a smoke.
Mama, legit, tío.
Enemy spotted A.
Rotate.
Bueno. Headshot.
$30 seconds left.
Go. ¿Dropes?
Pass the spike, please.
Sí.
Spike.
Spike drop.
No, no, no. Don't
You
rotate.
don't
Don't
have time, you
rotate.
don't
Do
have
not
time.
rotate.
10 seconds left. Last player standing.
Guay. No le he visto.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
I'm out of here.
Supe la tuve a caras.
Bueno.
Go, go, go.
Reloading.
Estem acabadíssims, estem acabadíssims.
Ja ho sé. Baixaré, bro, ahir al revés.
Va, jo també baixaré, bro. No ploris.
Dropping smokes.
Enemies.
Get out of my way. I got spike.
Estan ahí.
Reloading.
Es que
No sé.
No, no, fíjate.
Enemy spotted. Cutting their vision. Enemy spotted B.
So close. My ult is ready. They found my trap.
Behind.
That's 3.
Go in, keep going.
One enemy remaining.
Go for the club.
Coming
Go
through.
in.
Gotta go. Plant the spike.
Enemy B.
He's inside there.
Here.
Gotta go.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Te pegan las balas, bro.
Spike planted.
Te has vist on xaven les bales?
Per què t'has mogut mentre disparaves?
No!
NT.
No worries.
Clutch.
Milon, m'havies estressat, bro.
Jo no tengo que m'he estressat, bro. On estaven?
Però ja, és que, en plan, t'he vist i dic, ja està, Guillom, estàs oxidadíssim, perquè estàs així, Guillom.
Reloading.
I pues entonces, per això les bales se'n van.
Entre caballos.
¿Entiendes?
El professional no s'agacha. Se tenen que fer...
Vale, no. Literalment,
here.
tu, si vols te pots agachar, bro, però que literalment no
Gotta
et
go.
moguis mentre disparis. Això sí que no.
Bueno, vale.
Spike dropped.
The hunt begins.
I have the spike.
Reloading.
Vas a dormir.
Go, go, go. Enemy spotted mid.
Last player standing.
Back like I never left.
Last player standing.
Wow.
My ult ready.
Què? Què has dit tu? M'ho podia aguantar.
Diar mid. Ja.
Choose mid.
Still in sight.
One enemy remaining.
Still in sight.
Ja, tio, what the fuck? What the fuck with Cypher?
Clutch.
A ver.
Nice.
Reina. És molt bona, reina.
Please do not mistake my smile.
Yeah.
I take this all very seriously.
Sí, és bo, però té 12 kills, venga. Que me baje el... Que
Go.
se baje los humos.
Sí, hombre. Ey, pequeña. ¿Vale, la OP? Vale.
Allà, Guillaume, si a mi me fulminen, a tu més, bro, perquè estàs acabant.
Bro, una cosa, se me acaba de matar la Jet, bro. Así que ya está.
All missiles away.
Estás fulminada tú y yo soy fulminada.
Epa.
Ya.
Guillaume, ja no fa falta.
Dropping smokes.
Drone going out.
Vale, vaig ajudar.
One suppressed.
Reloading.
Como observador. Rota.
Go.
One enemy remaining.
Go. Right here. Take this. Here. Yeah.
What the fuck?
My ult's ready. Gotta go.
Me ha matado de un tiro en la cabeza.
Remember, I hit them with explosives.
Gotta go.
Then you go in. No la vayan a cagar.
Creo que
No la
I'm
passen
gonna
a
say
cagar.
I'm out of here.
vaig a ahorrar.
Jo en veritat tinc molt bona economia en quasi totes les rondes. O sigui, sempre tinc copia en quasi totes les rondes.
Ya, pero yo no compro escudo para eso, pero para eso puedo comprar
Yo
todas
sí,
las
yo-
cosas, pero nunca.
Què diu?
Reloading.
Locating targets.
Olin! Ah, no feia, bro.
Ya le pillé.
Vale,
Reina,
listo,
reina.
pues.
Ya pillé.
Què et pot? Tin.
My ultimate is ready.
Dropping smokes. Reloading.
Bro, no me dices
Last player standing. Spike down B. Flawless.
What the fuck with Jet, bro?
Jet ya ha cogido la.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine.
Pero what the fuck con la
And I
Jet?
will kill to defend it.
Ya está, me he cansado, Pepe. Mira lo que aporta.
I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Madre mía.
Tú, es para reportarle,
Lo que posa easy, tío, la reina.
Reportarle.
Go.
Espérate, espera.
Taken out.
Sí, sí, sí.
Ah, tens un cable de
Cutting their
allá.
vision.
Vale. Vigila.
Enemy spotted me.
Take this.
No, está entrando.
Go.
Vale, bueno.
Down.
¿Qué? No, por eso. Safi hizo la OP.
One enemy remaining.
Es que no puedo ficar smoke.
Side zero, side.
Bro, qué asco en side zero, bro.
Go away. Run A.
30 seconds left.
Be careful, Tejo.
Stay B, Tejo.
Decency kill.
Nice.
OP, please.
They don't have a single life worth saving.
Come A.
No, la pilla, Pepe.
Gun
Ah,
here.
la OP.
I'm out of here.
Métete.
Move.
Me voy a quedar en mute.
Tejo drone.
Spikes here.
Drone going out.
Spike.
Spike?
Oh, Spike.
I have the spike.
Cutting division.
This way. Gotta go.
Missiles away.
Spike planted.
On my mark.
I know exactly where you are.
No, like
Here we go.
Last player standing.
Bro, Pepe, at the one, están todos allá.
Ah, no.
Match
Se lo voy a
point.
abrir, ¿sabes, chaval?
Take aim, Zenfire. Let's not complicate it.
Ey, bro, tranquilo, que no se ve bastante que le falta una neurona.
Ya, bro.
Que se nota bastante que no le
Ah,
quieren
estem
usar.
acabadíssims, bro.
Alright,
Bro,
muckers.
porta obrir.
Off we go.
I'm out of here.
Els altres sí, bro.
Get out of my way.
The hunt begins.
La cama està allà.
Pumping.
My ult is ready.
Cuidado, como a poco.
Enemy spotted mid.
Sí.
Dropping. Go, go, go.
Vigila Odin,
Es que no se puede entrar, bro.
¡Mano!
Mid.
Our spike's down. Back like
Spike
I
down,
never
mid.
left.
Last player standing.
What the fuck, bro? Dejo mid.
30 seconds left.
Report them.
I'll take it.
One enemy remaining.
Wow.
Defenders win.
Edge 22, bro.
Buah. Fuck. Okay.
Bye.
Match found.
Move or get zapped.
This neighborhood used to be so much better without this kingdom shit.
Wake up, non frère. Si je play, bro.
Out of charges.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
What?
Short. They're all set. Maybe heaven.
Out of charges.
Which one?
Nice try.
Damn, I never thought I'd have beef with myself, you know?
Go, go, go! I'm out of here!
Shadows traveling.
Careful here.
Shadows traveling.
Beautiful now. Reloading.
Gotta go! Dark good!
Time to jump. Reloading.
I'm out of here!
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Smoke's down.
Let go. Smoke's down. Cover going out.
Reloading.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Here. Reloading.
Cover going out.
Okay, okay.
Go, go, go!
Wait.
I will break the balance. Blinding.
I'm out of here!
Cutting through.
Someone's there.
Traveling.
Enemy B.
Launching
Shadows
smoke.
traveling.
No, you. For what you waiting, bro? You're big. You're really.
Too slow!
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
Got the spike.
Spike, go. They rotate. Go B, bro. hit shift.
Wait until I blind them to strike.
I'm out of here.
I will rip the light from them. Launching smoke. Cover going out.
Up and away.
Reloading.
Smoke's down.
Still in sight.
It's you and me.
Gotta go. Shortcut. Go, go, go.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one. I'm saving.
I'm out of here.
I'll flash for you and pick.
Clove's antics stop now. Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
Enemies.
Gotta go. Shortcut.
Enemy spot decoy.
Dizzy's up top. Dizzy has targets.
Bad luck. Our spike carrier is dead. Reloading.
Spike down A.
Got the spike.
Last player standing.
Vibe check. We feeling good? Hope so. Hope so.
Commit. No, I'm gonna int.
I'm out of here.
I'll turn this around. Cutting through. I'll handle this.
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted B.
Got the
Last player standing.
I'm back.
A.
Ugh, I'm over them.
You know what to do.
Bro, push. Flash for you.
Enemy spot.
Dizzy's up.
Launching smoke.
Eh non, va te enculer la merde.
Last player standing.
Bro, you play me for not run.
Pay attention. Might learn something.
Defenders win. Match found.
Don't take neon. Don't take neon, please, brother. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. Can you take something like deadlock or? Yeah, but you don't know how to play, so please play deadlock. I think is good for you. Try, try, try. Or Cypher or Vice is good too, maybe. No, not to do this, please. You know, something like Sentinel, Sentinel, bro. Something like that. No, no.
Wherever they run, I will find them.
Kingdom bleeds our planet once again. Too many scars to count.
What? Don't hear you, bro. Let's be. Smoke.
Smoke's down.
Still in sight.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
My quiver is never full.
Brimstone, go mid. Smoke on side.
Facility-wide security protocol escalated to level 6. Please remain
Brim.
and follow all steps outlined in our
Go mid.
emergency procedures
And so far, go B. B, alright. Yeah, go ahead. Keep it. B, I think.
Caution here. Enemy spotted
Don't
mid.
push mid.
Smoke's down.
Enemy mid.
Let's be. All good.
Launching smoke.
Got him.
Scanning ahead.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Headshot. Smoke's down. Caution here.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Thrifty.
Reloading.
I could not have made that easy.
Reloading.
They aren't impervious. We can do this.
Same compo. So va A. View mid.
This is our home. Keep them out.
Scanning ahead. Found them.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Pero like, why can't we just hug it out? Pinche Radiant.
take out their healer.
Spike down B.
Revealing area. Found them. Right here.
Don't push.
Reload.
Take flight.
Go get him, buddy. Shot my wingman.
Not ready yet.
Don't push. We're offside. Don't push. We're gonna go mid.
Last player standing.
Peace.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. 30 seconds left.
Clutch. Your first mistake was assuming I couldn't.
Bien hecho, Gecko. Ustedes también, chiquitines.
C'est pas good.
Revealing area.
Close door. Prends la porte.
Healer down. Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted.
Inside. Corner.
Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing.
Act on my intel. Don't give them time to reposition.
Go.
I'm saving.
Mid to A. Mid to A. One mid. Yeah, that's A.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Stay taut as a bowstring. The fight demands it.
Employees stationed in direct wing levels B1 and B2 are to follow strict decontamination procedures upon exiting the wing.
Track them down.
Let's go. Power. Bro, power. Yeah, reveal.
Enemy spotted mid.
Scanning ahead.
Just me.
Spike planted.
See ya.
Watch this!
Last player standing.
Drink some water, reload your mags, and let's get back out there.
There. Rein 'em in.
One was B.
You will not kill my allies!
Enemy spotted mid. Enemy killed. Enemy spotted B.
One push.
Open up the sky.
They rotate. They go. Run.
Caution here. Enemy spotted mid.
Shock dart.
30 seconds left.
3.
Caution here. Caution here.
Enemy spotted mid.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Last player standing.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Watch and learn.
Revealing area.
Enemy spotted B.
Grounded. Blocking sight.
Spike planted.
Down you go.
Ooh.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Caution here.
Oh, was that important?
Reloading.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
To all round 4 containment staff, subject ZN35 remains unaccounted for in the direct link. This end is contained for all
Leave it here, bro.
Here,
Come.
here.
Come, read it, bro.
Oh
Scanning
yeah!
ahead.
Monster on the loose!
I see. Smoke. You have another smoke?
They stopped her.
Blow him up!
Enemy
Spike
spotted.
planted.
My ult's ready.
The hunter!
Gotcha, fun! My turn!
Up and away!
Somebody's there.
Last player standing.
They're just batteries, and I need a recharge.
Need a drop.
Wait me.
Thanks.
For you, hermanita. Need a drop.
Multiple enemies mid. Ugh.
Enemy spotted B.
Run!
Last player
What, bro?
standing. Spike down B. Spike planted.
Can go. Push right. Go.
Last round before the switch.
Don't be cheap. Spend it all before it's gone.
Enemy B!
Revealing area.
Dizzy's up top! Someone's there.
Don't push me.
Reloading. Enemy B! Mosh pit!
Shotgun.
Get out of my way.
Toasted.
Run, little man! Wingman's down. Reloading.
Still inside.
Smoke. And beacon down.
Don't push.
Reloading.
You will not kill my allies!
Rotate.
30 seconds left.
Down and out.
Spike planted.
Defeated.
Last player standing. Adapt or die!
What? Safe, safe.
Switching sides.
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts tell a different story. There. There. I get what I want.
Come back, shit.
Here.
Smoke's down.
Enemy spotted mid.
Reloading. Caution here.
Wait.
Dizzy's up! Dizzy has target.
Cutting their vision.
Reloading.
Blocking sight.
Taken down.
Enemy spotted.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
I'm too stubborn to die.
Reloading! Reloading!
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
I'm gonna save.
Wait. Listen, wait.
Safety's off.
Cutting their vision.
Launching smoke.
Revealing area.
Dizzy has target.
Blocking sight.
Reloading.
Right planted.
Enemy B.
Reloading.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Caution here.
Right here.
Reloading.
Shock. Not ready yet. Be still.
Deep breaths, everyone. Need a drop. Thank you.
Thank you.
We win. We survive. Still in sight.
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted A.
Reloading. Reloading.
Go B, come.
Blocking sight.
Smoke's down. Caution here.
Here.
But planted.
Scanning ahead.
Enemy spotted B. Files ready. Gotcha.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Let them rot.
Snack time! Sorry. Only brought enough for me.
Launching smoke. Reloading.
The rush. Enemy spotted B.
Molly. Stim beacon here. Smoke's down.
Scanning ahead.
Blocking sight.
Launching smoke.
See nothing.
Careful by the door. Ça va. Watch you.
Take flight.
See ya.
Shock dart.
Caution here.
One enemy remaining.
Trained you.
Sorry. Inside joke.
No prisoners.
You will.
Up and away. Somebody's there.
Smoke's down.
Reloading.
Yeah,
Reloading.
wingman.
Still in sight.
Reloading.
Current division.
Reloading. Our carrier's down.
Our spike carrier's killed.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Your fault.
One enemy remaining.
No charges left. Wind, show me where to go.
Sova, Sova. Really here.
Smoke there, please.
You know what to do.
In the back.
Smoke's down.
Revealing area.
Dizzy's up top. Somebody's there.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon down. Caution here.
Red planet.
Smoke's down.
Blow him up, Maj.
Reloading. Still in sight.
One enemy remaining.
There.
Aw, thought you'd try harder.
If they mess with one of us, they mess with all of us.
Reloading.
Smoke there and there.
Come on, little homies. Let's
Don't need. Me to be. Come. Don't smoke, bro.
Get out of my way.
Cutting their vision. There.
Enemy A.
No smoke.
Scanning ahead.
Poor wretch.
There they are.
Revive me.
Reloading.
Spike down mid.
Smoke's down.
Enemy spotted B.
I have the spike.
Come on.
Side free. Come side.
Now we're cooking.
Spike planted. Shock dart. Out of charges.
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted B.
Dizzy has targets.
Out front.
Back to me.
We get a pick. We move in. Got it?
Pushy. B. Break the wall. Just wait for smoke. Break wall and smoke.
Revealing area.
Why?
There they are.
Launching
Wait
smoke.
that, bro.
Reloading.
Dizzy's up. Somebody's there.
Reloading.
Still in sight.
Night.
Reloading.
You will not kill
Launching
my
smoke.
allies.
Reloading.
Adapt or die!
Wasn't me.
30 seconds
Silence.
left.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Enemy spotted B.
Gotcha, fun. My turn. Cutting their vision.
Reloading.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Wait. Go lay. Maybe some flash smoke here.
Smoke there.
And there. And the reveal server on site.
They will cower.
Smoke's down.
Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Scanning ahead.
Blind. Reloading.
Open up the sky.
Enemy spotted A.
Sit still. Stim beacon here.
One enemy
Gunner.
remaining.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
There. Race it to the spike sites.
Still in sight.
Enemy B. Reloading.
Launching smoke.
One down.
Up and away. Someone's there.
Stim beacon down. Caution here.
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
Wait.
Watch and learn.
Shift. Wait for reveal, and smoke the same.
Revealing area.
Here.
Found them.
Stay down.
Smoke's down.
Still in sight.
Launching smoke.
Saw you, little homie.
Deploying drone.
Flash.
Fresh hit him.
Spike planted.
Caution here. Launching smoke.
Last player standing. Match point.
Let's reset. Deep breaths and all that.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Oh, can you wait for reveal, brother? Can you wait?
Let's go.
Just shift.
nothing.
Plan.
Pathetic.
Caution here.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Scanning ahead.
Spike's ticking. Thanks, little man.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
I'm still hungry.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Enemies close. Eyes up.
Sova, go A, please.
Don't pick mid.
And Brimstone smoke which side?
Scanning ahead.
Enemy spotted B. Dizzy has targets.
Leave.
There. Reloading.
Go back, I think. Go Sova and Reyna. They go. There.
Stim beacon down.
Molly.
Headshot.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Enemy down.
Nice.
Still in sight.
Last player standing. Switching sides. Match point.
Stay in range of my stim beacon, and we'll mow them down.
For you, hermanita. Cutting their vision.
Blocking sight.
Still in sight.
Smoke's down.
Reloading. Enemy B.
Launching smoke.
Grounded.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining. Spike
Oh, yeah!
down B.
Monster on the loose!
My ult ready. Last one down.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Their lives are so meaningless.
Might as well keep.
And to me.
Sova, go B with Hey. Ole.
Launching smoke.
Up you go!
Revealing area.
Find me.
Blocking sight.
Enemy spotted A. They shot my wingman.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy A.
Nice.
Beatrice. Not ready yet.
Switching sides. Match point.
Shoot the bad guys. How's that for a plan?
Reloading.
Go B.
Let's go.
Break wall and flash an enemy. And reveal after that, please. Not now.
Don't smoke there.
Wait for reveal.
Smoke's down.
Dizzy's up.
Someone get beacon here. Reloading.
Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. Go back, go back, go back. Ça va, come, ça va, come.
Last player standing. Spike down B. Flawless. Switching sides. Overtime.
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts tell a different story.
Revealing area.
Enemy spotted A.
Oli, Oli, Oli. Come back, come back, come back. Bro, stop shift.
Poor wretch.
Spike planted.
No more.
Reloading.
Last player standing. Switching sides. Match point.
He says their bullets tickle.
Need to be.
Come into the unknown.
Cutting their vision.
Launching smoke. Reloading. Reloading.
Reloading.
Caution here.
Scanning ahead.
And still in sight.
Caution here.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Spike down mid.
Don't peek, don't peek.
Get out of my way! Spike planted.
Smoke's down.
Here.
Last player standing. One enemy
down.
remaining.
My ult's ready. Blocking sight. Watch this!
Switching sides.
Hell yeah! My crew delivers.
Reloading.
Electrical circuits in your home both have limited capacity, but they respond differently to threatened overload. A breaker trips when the demand for current is excessive, causing all devices on that circuit to lose power at once. In contrast, the response to mental overload is selective and sophisticated. System 2 protects the most important activity so it receives the attention it needs. Spare capacity is allocated second by second to other tasks. In our version of the gorilla experiment, we instructed the participants to assign priority to the digit task. We know that they followed that instruction because the timing of the visual target had no effect on the main task. If the critical letter was presented at a time of high demand, the subjects simply did not see it. When the transformation task was less demanding, detection performance was better. The sophisticated allocation of attention has been honed by a long evolutionary history. Orienting and responding quickly to the gravest threats or most promising opportunities improved the chance of survival, and this capability is certainly not restricted to humans. Even in modern humans, System 1 takes over in emergencies and assigns total priority to self-protective actions. Imagine yourself at the wheel of a car that unexpectedly skids on a large oil slick. You will find that you have responded to the threat before you became fully conscious of it. BT and I worked together for only a year, but our collaboration had a large effect on our subsequent careers. He eventually became the leading authority on cognitive pupillometry, and I wrote a book titled Attention and Effort, which was based in large part on what we learned together and on follow-up research I did at Harvard the following year. We learned a great deal about the working mind, which I now think of as System 2, from measuring pupils in a wide variety of tasks. As you become skilled in a task, its demand for energy diminishes. Studies of the brain have shown that the pattern of activity associated with an action changes as skill increases, with fewer brain regions involved. Talent has similar effects. Highly intelligent individuals need less effort to solve the same problems as indicated by both pupil size and brain activity. A general law of least effort applies to cognitive as well as physical exertion. The law asserts that if there are several ways of achieving the same goal, people will eventually gravitate to the least demanding course of action. In the economy of action, effort is a cost, and the acquisition of skill is driven by the balance of benefits and costs. Laziness is built deep into our nature. The tasks that we studied varied considerably in their effects on the pupil. At baseline, our subjects were awake, aware, and ready to engage in a task, probably at a higher level of arousal and cognitive readiness than usual. Holding 1 or 2 digits in memory, or learning to associate a word with a digit, 3 equals door, produced reliable effects on momentary arousal above that baseline, but the effects were minuscule, only 5% of the increase in pupil diameter associated with add 3. A task that required discriminating between the pitch of 2 tones yielded significantly larger dilations. Recent research has shown that inhibiting the tendency to read distracting words, as in Figure 2 of the preceding chapter, also induces moderate effort. Tests of short-term memory for 6 or 7 digits were more effortful. As you can experience, the request to retrieve and say aloud your phone number or your spouse's birthday also requires a brief but significant effort, because the entire string must be held in memory as a response is organized. Mental multiplication of 2-digit numbers and the add 3 task are near the limit of what most people can do. What makes some cognitive operations more demanding and effortful than others? What outcomes must we purchase in the currency of attention? What can System 2 do that System 1 cannot? We now have tentative answers to these questions. Effort is required to maintain simultaneously in memory several ideas that require separate actions, or that need to be combined according to a rule. Rehearsing your shopping list as you enter the supermarket, choosing between the fish and the veal at a restaurant, or combining a surprising result from a survey with the information that the sample was small, for example. System 2 is the only one that can follow rules, compare objects on several attributes, and make deliberate choices between options. The automatic System 1 does not have these capabilities. System 1 detects simple relations. They are all alike. The son is much taller than the father, and excels at integrating information about one thing, but it does not deal with multiple distinct topics at once, nor is it adept at combining information of different kinds. System 1 will detect that a person described as a meek and tidy soul with a need for order and structure and a passion for detail resembles a caricature librarian. But combining this intuition with knowledge about the small number of librarians is a task that only System 2 can perform, if System 2 knows how to do so, which is true of few people. A crucial capability of System 2 is the adoption of task sets. It can program memory to obey an instruction that overrides habitual responses. Consider the following. Count all occurrences of the letter F in this page. This is not a task you have ever performed before, and it will not come naturally to you, but your System 2 can take it on. It will be effortful to set yourself up for this exercise, and effortful to carry it out, though you will surely improve with practice. Psychologists speak of executive control to describe the adoption and termination of task sets, and neuroscientists have identified the main regions of the brain that serve the executive function. One of these regions is involved whenever a conflict must be resolved. Another is the prefrontal area of the brain, a region that is substantially more developed in humans than in other primates, and is involved in all the operations that we associate with intelligence. Now suppose that at the end of the page you get another instruction. Count all the commas in the next page. This will be harder because you will have to overcome the newly acquired tendency to focus attention on the letter F. One of the significant discoveries of cognitive psychologists in recent decades is that switching from one task to another is effortful, especially under time pressure. The need for rapid switching is one of the reasons that add 3 and mental multiplication are so difficult. To perform the add 3 task, you must hold several digits in your working memory at the same time, associating each with a particular operation. Some digits are in the queue to be transformed. One is in the process of transformation, and others, already transformed, are retained for reporting. Modern tests of working memory require the individual to switch repeatedly between two demanding tasks, accumulating the results of one operation while performing the other. People who do well on these tests tend to do well on tests of general intelligence. However, the ability to control attention is not simply a measure of intelligence. Measures of efficiency in the control of attention predict performance of air traffic controllers and of Israeli Air Force pilots beyond the effects of intelligence. Time pressure is another driver of effort. As you carried out the Add 3 exercise, the rush was imposed in part by the metronome and in part by the load on memory. Like a juggler with several balls in the air, you cannot afford to slow down. The rate at which material decays in memory forces the pace, driving you to refresh and rehearse information before it is lost. Any task that requires you to keep several ideas in mind at the same time has the same hurried character. Unless you have the good fortune of a capacious working memory, you may be forced to work uncomfortably hard. The most effortful forms of slow thinking are those that require you to think fast. You surely observed as you performed Add 3 how unusual it is for your mind to work so hard. Even if you think for a living, few of the mental tasks in which you engage in the course of a working day are as demanding as Add 3, or even as demanding as storing 6 digits for immediate recall. We normally avoid mental overload by dividing our tasks into multiple easy steps, committing intermediate results to long-term memory or to paper rather than to an easily overloaded working memory. We cover long distances by taking our time and conduct our mental lives by the law of least effort. Speaking of attention and effort. I won't try to solve this while driving. This is a pupil-dilating task. It requires mental effort. The law of least effort is operating here. He will think as little as possible. She did not forget about the meeting. She was completely focused on something else when the meeting was set, and she just didn't hear you. What came quickly to my mind was an intuition from System 1. I'll have to start over and search my memory deliberately. Chapter 3. The Lazy Controller. I spend a few months each year in Berkeley, and one of my great pleasures there is a daily 4-mile walk on a marked path in the hills with a fine view of San Francisco Bay. I usually keep track of my time and have learned a fair amount about effort from doing so. I have found a speed, about 17 minutes for a mile, which I experience as a stroll. I certainly exert physical effort and burn more calories at that speed than if I sat in a recliner, but I experience no strain, no conflict, and no need to push myself. I am also able to think and work while walking at that rate. Indeed, I suspect that the mild physical arousal of the walk may spill over into greater mental alertness. System 2 also has a natural speed. You expend some mental energy in random thoughts and in monitoring what goes on around you, even when your mind does nothing in particular, but there is little strain. Unless you are in a situation that makes you unusually wary or self-conscious, monitoring what happens in the environment or inside your head demands little effort. You make many small decisions as you drive your car, absorb some information as you read the newspaper, and conduct routine exchanges of pleasantries with a spouse or a colleague, all with little effort and no strain. Just like a stroll. It is normally easy and actually quite pleasant to walk and think at the same time. But at the extremes, these activities appear to compete for the limited resources of System 2. You can confirm this claim by a simple experiment. While walking comfortably with a friend, ask him to compute 23 times 78 in his head and to do so immediately. He will almost certainly stop in his tracks. My experience is that I can think while strolling, but cannot engage in mental work that imposes a heavy load on short-term memory. If I must construct an intricate argument under time pressure, I would rather be still, and I would prefer sitting to standing. Of course, not all slow thinking requires that form of intense concentration and effortful computation. I did the best thinking of my life on leisurely walks with Amos. Accelerating beyond my strolling speed completely changes the experience of walking, because the transition to a faster walk brings about a sharp deterioration in my ability to think coherently. As I speed up, my attention is drawn with increasing frequency to the experience of walking and to the deliberate maintenance of the faster pace. My ability to bring a train of thought to a conclusion is impaired accordingly. At the highest speed I can sustain on hills, about 14 minutes for a mile, I do not even try to think of anything else. In addition to the physical effort of moving my body rapidly along the path, a mental effort of self-control is needed to resist the urge to slow down. Self-control and deliberate thought apparently draw on the same limited budget of effort. The maintenance of a coherent train of thought and the occasional engagement in effortful thinking may also require self-control, for most of us, most of the time. Although I have not conducted a systematic survey, I suspect that frequent switching of tasks and speeded-up mental work are not intrinsically pleasurable and that people avoid them when possible. This is how the law of least effort comes to be a law. Even in the absence of time pressure, maintaining a coherent train of thought requires discipline. An observer of the number of times I look at email or investigate the refrigerator during an hour of writing could reasonably infer an urge to escape and conclude that keeping at it requires more self-control than I can readily muster. Fortunately, cognitive work is not always aversive, and people sometimes expend considerable effort for long periods of time without having to exert willpower. The psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi has done more than anyone else to study this state of effortless attending, and the name he proposed for it, flow, has become part of the language. People who experience flow describe it as a state of effortless concentration so deep that they lose their sense of time, of themselves, of their problems, and their descriptions of the joy of that state are so compelling that Csikszentmihalyi has called it an optimal experience. Many activities can induce a sense of flow, from painting to racing motorcycles, and for some fortunate authors I know, even writing a book is often an optimal experience. Flow neatly separates the two forms of effort, concentration on the task and the deliberate control of attention. Riding a motorcycle at 150 miles an hour and playing a competitive game of chess are certainly very effortful. In a state of flow, however, maintaining focused attention on these absorbing activities requires no exertion of self-control, thereby freeing resources to be directed to the task at hand. The busy and depleted System 2. It is now a well-established proposition that both self-control and cognitive effort are forms of mental work. Several psychological studies have shown that people who are simultaneously challenged by a demanding cognitive task and by a temptation are more likely to yield to the temptation. Imagine that you are asked to retain a list of 7 digits for a minute or two. You are told that remembering the digits is your top priority. While your attention is focused on the digits, you are offered a choice between 2 desserts, a sinful chocolate cake and a virtuous fruit salad. The evidence suggests that you would be more likely to select the tempting chocolate cake when your mind is loaded with digits. System 1 has more influence on behavior when System 2 is busy, and it has a sweet tooth. People who are cognitively busy are also more likely to make selfish choices, use sexist language, and make superficial judgments in social situations. Memorizing and repeating digits loosens the hold of System 2 on behavior. But of course, cognitive load is not the only cause of weakened self-control. A few drinks have the same effect, as does a sleepless night. The self-control of morning people is impaired at night. The reverse is true of night people. Too much concern about how well one is doing in a task sometimes disrupts performance by loading short-term memory with pointless, anxious thoughts. The conclusion is straightforward. Self-control requires attention and effort. Another way of saying this is that controlling thoughts and behaviors is one of the tasks that System 2 performs. A series of surprising experiments by the psychologist Roy Baumeister and his colleagues has shown conclusively that all variants of voluntary effort, cognitive, emotional, or physical, draw at least partly on a shared pool of mental energy. Their experiments involve successive rather than simultaneous tasks. Baumeister's group has repeatedly found that an effort of will or self-control is tiring. If you have had to force yourself to do something, you are less willing or less able to exert self-control when the next challenge comes around. The phenomenon has been named ego depletion. In a typical demonstration, participants who are instructed to stifle their emotional reaction to an emotionally charged film will later perform poorly on a test of physical stamina, how long they can maintain a strong grip on a dynamometer in spite of increasing discomfort. The emotional effort in the first phase of the experiment reduces the ability to withstand the pain of sustained muscle contraction, and ego-depleted people therefore succumb more quickly to the urge to quit. In another experiment, people are first depleted by a task in which they eat virtuous foods, such as radishes and celery, while resisting the temptation to indulge in chocolate and rich cookies. Later, these people will give up earlier than normal when faced with a difficult cognitive task. The list of situations and tasks that are now known to deplete self-control is long and varied. All involve conflict and the need to suppress a natural tendency. They include avoiding the thought of white bears, inhibiting the emotional response to a stirring film, making a series of choices that involve conflict, trying to impress others, responding kindly to a partner's bad behavior, interacting with a person of a different race, for prejudiced individuals. The list of indications of depletion is also highly diverse. Deviating from one's diet, overspending on impulsive purchases, reacting aggressively to provocation, persisting less time in a hand grip task, performing poorly in cognitive tasks and logical decision-making. The evidence is persuasive. Activities that impose high demands on System 2 require self-control, and the exertion of self-control is depleting and unpleasant. Unlike cognitive load, ego depletion is at least in part a loss of motivation. After exerting self-control in one task, you do not feel like making an effort in another, although you could do it if you really had to. In several experiments, people were able to resist the effects of ego depletion when given a strong incentive to do so. In contrast, increasing effort is not an option when you must keep 6 digits in short-term memory while performing a task. Ego depletion is not the same mental state as cognitive busyness. The most surprising discovery made by Baumeister's group shows, as he puts it, that the idea of mental energy is more than a mere metaphor. The nervous system consumes more glucose than most other parts of the body, and effortful mental activity appears to be especially expensive in the currency of glucose. When you are actively involved in difficult cognitive reasoning or engaged in a task that requires self-control, your blood glucose level drops. The effect is analogous to a runner who draws down glucose stored in her muscles during a sprint. The bold implication of this idea is that the effects of ego depletion could be undone by ingesting glucose, and Baumeister and his colleagues have confirmed this hypothesis in several experiments. Volunteers in one of their studies watched a short silent film of a woman being interviewed and were asked to interpret her body language. While they were performing the task, a series of words crossed the screen in slow succession. The participants were specifically instructed to ignore the words, and if they found their attention drawn away, they had to refocus their concentration on the woman's behavior. This act of self-control was known to cause ego depletion. All the volunteers drank some lemonade before participating in a second task. The lemonade was sweetened with glucose for half of them, and with Splenda for the others. Then all participants were given a task in which they needed to overcome an intuitive response to get the correct answer. Intuitive errors are normally much more frequent among ego-depleted people, and the drinkers of Splenda showed the expected depletion effect. On the other hand, the glucose drinkers were not depleted. Restoring the level of available sugar in the brain had prevented the deterioration of performance. It will take some time and much further research to establish whether the tasks that cause glucose depletion also cause the momentary arousal that is reflected in increases of pupil size and heart rate. A disturbing demonstration of depletion effects in judgment was recently reported in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. The unwitting participants in the study were 8 parole judges in Israel. They spend entire days reviewing applications for parole. The cases are presented in random order, and the judges spend little time on each one, an average of 6 minutes. The default decision is denial of parole. Only 35% of requests are approved. The exact time of each decision is recorded, and the times of the judge's 3 food breaks, morning break, lunch, and afternoon break, during the day are recorded as well. The authors of the study plotted the proportion of approved requests against the time since the last food break. The proportion spikes after each meal, when about 65% of requests are granted. During the 2 hours or so until the judge's next feeding, the approval rate drops steadily to about 0 just before the meal. As you might expect, this is an unwelcome result, and the authors carefully checked many alternative explanations. The best possible account of the data provides bad news. Tired and hungry judges tend to fall back on the easier default position of denying requests for parole. Both fatigue and hunger probably play a role. The lazy system 2. One of the main functions of System 2 is to monitor and control thoughts and actions suggested by System 1, allowing some to be expressed directly in behavior and suppressing or modifying others. For an example, here is a simple puzzle. Do not try to solve it, but listen to your intuition. A bat and ball cost $1.10. The bat costs $1 more than the ball. How much does the ball cost? A number came to your mind. The number, of course, is 10 cents. The distinctive mark of this easy puzzle is that it evokes an answer that is intuitive, appealing, and wrong. Do the math and you will see. If the ball costs 10 cents, then the total cost would be $1.20. 10 cents for the ball and $1.10 for the bat. Not $1.10. The correct answer is 5 cents. It is safe to assume that the intuitive answer also came to the mind of those who ended up with the correct number. They somehow managed to resist the intuition. Shane Frederick and I worked together on a theory of judgment based on two systems, and he used the bat and ball puzzle to study a central question. How closely does System 2 monitor the suggestions of System 1? His reasoning was that we know a significant fact about anyone who says that the ball cost 10 cents. That person did not actively check whether the answer was correct, and her System 2 endorsed an intuitive answer that it could have rejected with a small investment of effort. Furthermore, we also know that the people who give the intuitive answer have missed an obvious social cue. They should have wondered why anyone would include in a questionnaire a puzzle with such an obvious answer. A failure to check is remarkable because the cost of checking is so low. A few seconds of mental work, the problem is moderately difficult, with slightly tensed muscles and dilated pupils could avoid an embarrassing mistake. People who say 10 cents appear to be ardent followers of the law of least effort. People who avoid that answer appear to have more active minds. Many thousands of university students have answered the bat and ball puzzle, and the results are shocking. More than 50% of students at Harvard, MIT, and Princeton gave the intuitive, incorrect answer. At less selective universities, the rate of demonstrable failure to check was in excess of 80%.
Match found.
Hi.
Hello.
Yes. Of course.
Move or get zapped.
Omen, we will find your answer. You will not be this way forever. I promise.
I'm out of here.
Hello.
There. Careful here.
Hey, Cypher, is come the yeah. Hey, come here, bro, please.
Okay.
And yeah, why you pick the plan?
Shadows
Why you bullying? Flash aside.
Dizzy's up. Our spike's down.
Spike down A.
Out of charges.
Experiment complete.
Very good.
I got the spike.
Last
Die,
player
bro.
standing.
Running and one tap. One more stop.
Sorry, guys.
Listen for the wind. It will tell you where their jet is.
Saving. Gotta go.
No.
I'm lurking.
No.
Hey, Cypher, give the plant the gecko, please.
Shadows
Thanks, bro.
traveling. Cover going out.
Go away.
Spike down A.
Go, go, go.
Go. Blinding. Shadows traveling.
Hey, what?
Scanning ahead. Found them.
Last player standing.
No. Spike planted. Cover going out. Give in.
One
My
enemy
ultimate
remaining.
is ready.
Where will they go this time?
I'm out of here.
Taking point.
Okay, let's get set up.
Cover going out.
Go, go, go.
Revealing area. Enemy spotted B.
Shadows traveling.
Gotta go.
Reloading. Jump down.
Gotta go.
Here.
Next.
Goodbye.
Enemy spotted B.
Dizzy's up top.
Reloading.
Someone's there. Wingman's
From
planted.
behind Jet.
Blow him up, man.
Coming through.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy B.
Not a chance. Gotta go.
GG guys.
Keep yourself together. You can't fall apart now. No.
I'm out of
Caution
here.
here.
No.
Hey, mid to be, come.
Me to be. You to
There.
be.
Hey, smoke the mid please, Omen.
We to be. Hey ho. Hey ho.
I'll show them. Lintik kayo.
Lente kayo.
Shadows traveling.
Scanning ahead. Die.
Deleted.
Reloading.
Up and away. Someone's there.
Put down.
One enemy
Ultimate
remaining.
ready.
Go, go, go.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
Go, go, go.
Spike planted.
Flawless.
Thanks, Wing.
Stealing sight.
Nice.
Now remember, wipe the prints from your guns. It's just good
Gotta
crime
go.
scene etiquette.
Reloading.
Hey, waiting A.
Let's knock them down.
I'm out of here.
Need help.
You want to play? Let's play.
Shadows traveling.
I'll take it.
Ooh, bro. Cheating, cheating.
Where is everyone hiding?
Yes.
Plant the spike, Wings. Spike's enemy mark. Thanks, little man. Caution here. Cállate. Flash is ready. Someone is A.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready. Okay, they're dead. Take what's useful.
I'm out of here.
We know more than we did before. Let's use that.
Again B.
Go, go, go.
Say, bro.
Taking point.
I flash, bro. Сука.
Okay, okay.
Сука, блядь,
Taking
сразу
point.
бить.
Up you go.
Cover going
Somebody's
out.
there.
Gotta go.
Revealing area. Enemy spotted B.
Shadows
Careful.
traveling. Blinding.
Go, go,
Plant
go.
the spike.
Enemy B. Wingman's planting. Dizzy's up.
Go, go, go.
Enemy spotted B.
Dizzy has targets.
This way. Gotta go.
Saw you, Mosh.
Кстати, обычно.
Hey, careful, careful.
It's all you, little
Homie.
Cover going out.
Revealing area.
How is only 30?
One enemy remaining.
Three kills.
Gotcha, fun.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
No, okay.
Anti-brand, yeah.
Good, good, good.
I find
See you,
them.
thank you.
I kill them. Simple as that.
My ult is ready.
Go, go, go.
Omnia, smoke the mid, please.
Snuff them out.
Viper on it. I'm out of here.
Shadows traveling.
Viper on B.
Cover going out.
Let's go. Taken out. Gotta go.
Here.
Coming through. I'm out of here.
Oh.
Our spike's down.
Die, bro, running and
Spike
one.
down A.
Take this.
One enemy remaining.
Die.
Go, go, go.
Last player standing.
Welcome to my world.
Scanning ahead.
Listen right.
Take flight.
Okay. Okay.
30 seconds left.
There.
I have the spike.
Sad fools standing in our way.
Hey, where is my... Where is my gun?
Gotta go.
Ah, it's here, bro.
Gun here.
You want?
Do you smell their panic?
Thanks.
Get out of my way.
Blinding.
There.
Enemy A.
Shadows
Silver
traveling.
front.
There.
Dizzy has targets.
There.
Shadows traveling.
Mosh pit. No hard feelings. My ultimate is ready.
Go, go, go.
Where is everyone hiding? Run, little man. Find me. Spike planted.
Last player standing.
Scanning ahead. I am the hunter!
All right, homies, chill. We'll go again. Damn, you love being
Hey,
here.
come B.
Like, way too much.
This V is the best.
Gotta go.
Omnia, smoke mid, please.
Up and away.
Cover going out.
Somebody's there.
Cover going out.
Fuck.
Enemy spotted B.
Our spike's I'm out of here.
Bro, how is
Spike
possible
down,
to
B.
see?
Our spike's down.
Spike down B.
Nice try.
Oh yeah,
Last
I'm
player
out. Monster
standing.
on the
I got
loose.
spike.
You
Go,
have
go,
ult,
go.
bro.
Gotta go. I'm out of here. Spike
Hey,
planted.
Jack with the...
Back off. Here we go.
Anti-war anti.
revealing area. Enemy spotted B.
Go, go, go!
Spike drop.
I got the spike.
Reload. Enemy spotted B. Take flight.
Spike down B.
Shock dart.
Last player standing.
Look for my shadows, they will hide you.
Go A, bro. Or come here. Mid to B, bro. Come.
Aguas, keep your guard up.
Omen smoke mid, please.
Scanning ahead.
Traveling. Cover
Bro.
going.
Careful
From
the back.
behind.
He's back.
Got you.
There.
Enemy down.
My ultimate is
Right. Where is everyone hiding?
Go, go, go! Rotate Omen.
And behind you.
Last player standing.
Bro, behind.
Wingman's gonna plant spike. Up and away. Blow him up, Mosh. Spike's ticking. Thanks, little man.
Well,
One enemy
Sit
remaining.
down.
A random watching at me, huh?
It's all you, little homie. Fresh got him.
knife, 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 knife.
Clutch.
Bro, knife.
Your first
Nice.
mistake. Wanna go
No
again?
need, no need.
Why, bro? He's so funny.
Last round in the half.
Buy all you need.
I need this.
My ult's not ready.
No.
Gecko, can I'm you- out of here.
My thanks.
Sure.
I'm out of here.
Wait the A door. I'm the fake to be.
I will find you.
I'm flash for you, so.
You want to play? Let's play.
Don't go mid.
Multiple enemies
Yeah,
found.
always here.
Traveling.
Pushing?
Go, go, go! Gotta go!
Behind you.
Nice woman. This one have ulti, take care.
Plant the spike.
No problem.
Plant the
Plant
spike.
the spike, Wings.
Shadows
Stop, 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 stop.
Planted. Thanks, Wings. Dizzy's up top. Somebody's there.
I cannot, yeah, Ben, kick.
Switching sides.
If they try
Someone
something,
buy me?
I'll see it.
No.
Gotta go! I'm out of here!
Yes, yes. Yes, kurwa.
A, is A.
Alright.
Silence.
Go, go, go!
Gdje koji smo?
Watch out! Hi, monsieur.
One enemy remaining.
Potom.
Don't pick. Just wait.
Help me, help me.
Check the spike and wait.
It's here.
Last player
Side,
standing.
side.
Don't speak, wait.
30 seconds left.
Smoke.
Spike planted.
Almost I missed, bro.
Beep, beep, beep. Enough of that.
They think they know pain. They can't begin to comprehend it.
I'm out of here. Gotta go. Gotta go.
I will rip the light from them.
B or mid, careful.
I think they're from B. Yeah, B.
Multiple enemies B.
Dizzy has targets.
2 or 3 smoke. Flash.
Spike planted.
Green, yellow.
Someone is B.
Enemy B.
See ya.
One enemy remaining.
This way. Go, go, go. Take this.
Go get him,
Go,
boy.
go, go.
Aye.
I'm out of here. Tarana, clock ticking. Gotta go. I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Let's do what we do. It's all you, Mosh.
A.
Go, go, go. Gotta go.
All.
Gotta go.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Imagine the time.
Damn. Gotcha. Thrash is
Hi.
ready.
Fight's not over, you
Nice,
know.
bro. Nice, bro.
3 guns. 305 damage, man. Die.
Hey,
Go, go, go! I'm out of here. Go, go, go!
Come into the unknown.
again, eh?
My ult is ready.
Gotta go!
Enemy tagged.
It's like this full.
Watch out!
Camera taken out. Careful.
Oh, you little homie!
Hunter! Somebody's there.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Bro, Gelander. What the fuck is this fan?
Wait until I blind them to strike.
Literally got saved the stupid Gelander. And railing.
Go, go, go!
Cover going out.
Scanning ahead.
Again,
I'm
eh?
out of here.
There they are.
Someone is A.
Hey, careful.
Shadows traveling.
School, Quante.
Hey, you be careful.
Someone there.
Here.
And then
Experiment.
and there.
Spike down A.
Check the
In
spike.
tube, in tube, in tube.
Reloading.
Spikes here.
Revealing area.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
Caution here. Caution.
One enemy
Bye,
remaining.
monsieur. My ult's ready.
Reloading.
Watch out!
Cover going out.
Ready. Oh,
Go, go, go!
no one to interrogate.
Act on my intel. Don't give them time. Need a drop.
No.
I'm out of here.
No, that's not.
Thanks.
Oh, like this.
Thanks.
Gotta go! Go, go, go!
Ready.
I'm out of here.
Revealing area.
Is B.
Go, go, go!
Yes.
Running low.
120. Gecko.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Behind, behind.
Here.
120 Gecko, bro. Very low. You got this. I trust.
Gotta go!
Silence. My ultimate is ready.
Planting Gecko.
Kill!
Spike down B.
Gecko very low.
Shadows traveling.
One enemy remaining.
Careful.
I'm out of here.
So,
Gun here.
I survived obliteration. I will survive them.
Go, go, go!
Ult almost ready.
Can someone buy me, please? Appreciate it.
grazie.
Go, go, go!
He's like here.
Gotta go!
Grazie mille.
Ha? Ne dedin anlamadım.
No hablano italiano.
Ah. Hey, I'm from Turkey,
no.
bro.
Turk. Ah, man.
Yes.
Hey.
Yes, lan.
Mashed
That means thank you, bro. That's what they told me.
Okay. I have ulti.
Mid.
Spike down mid.
You had your fun. My turn.
Yok.
One enemy remaining.
She's here on B. Here.
I'm out of here.
Remember, they're only human.
Gotta go.
They better try something else.
This is A 100%.
Go, go, go.
I save you.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Go, go, go.
One enemy remaining.
I don't check, bro. They she has she go B. B.
Is B.
I'm out of here.
Planting B, suka.
Hey,
Here
stop,
we
stop,
go.
stop.
Planted.
Left. Yes.
Almost out.
You can go in the head.
Take this. I'm out of here.
Nice.
Go, go, go.
Big bolas.
I've tried
Give you piece of
explosions.
cake, bro.
Not a fan.
Match point.
They look tired. Finish it.
Illa.
Gotta go.
I'll find them.
Blow him up.
Mush.
Is B.
Enemy spotted mid.
Gotta go.
Enemy attacker spawn.
Amber. Viper -40. On base they wait.
One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here.
Tube. Tube.
Don't push him. Just wait.
He go B. Confirmation B.
Listen, B.
Is B.
Go, go, go.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Stop.
Is
Still
up.
stop.
Is up.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Bamboozle.
Is the help. Is up.
Save A.
You know.
This is. Ooh, imagine one more bullet, bro. One more bullet.
I can't see them yet.
One headshot, this is not enough.
Ready.
I'm out of here.
I need this.
I'm out of here.
Hell. No, please buy the Omen.
No money, bro. No food.
It's all you, Mosh!
Is B or mid?
Get out of my way.
Left at arm.
Enemy! Up and away!
Someone's there.
I'm out of here.
Well, Viper low.
Spike down B.
Bro, kill the
One
Viper.
enemy remaining.
Gotta go.
Right side.
Don't push me. Don't push.
You have the plant? Okay.
Last player standing.
Bro.
You got this, you got it. Easy, easy.
Yes. So easy.
Clutch.
After you, I told you.
Defenders
forget.
win.
I always play high stakes. Back to my workshop. Still much to be done.
The bat and ball problem is our first encounter with an observation that will be a recurrent theme of this book. Many people are overconfident, prone to place too much faith in their intuitions. They apparently find cognitive effort at least mildly unpleasant and avoid it as much as possible. Now I will show you a logical argument, 2 premises and a conclusion. Try to determine as quickly as you can if the argument is logically valid. Does the conclusion follow from the premises? All roses are flowers. Some flowers fade quickly. Therefore, some roses fade quickly. A large majority of college students endorse this syllogism as valid. In fact, the argument is flawed because it is possible that there are no roses among the flowers that fade quickly. Just as in the bat and ball problem, a plausible answer comes to mind immediately. Overriding it requires hard work. The insistent idea that it's true, makes it difficult to check the logic, and most people do not take the trouble to think through the problem. This experiment has discouraging implications for reasoning in everyday life. It suggests that when people believe a conclusion is true, they are also very likely to believe arguments that appear to support it, even when these arguments are unsound. If System 1 is involved, the conclusion comes first and the arguments follow. Next, consider the following question and answer it quickly before reading on. How many murders occur in the state of Michigan in 1 year? The question, which was also devised by Shane Frederick, is again a challenge to System 2. The trick is whether the respondent will remember that Detroit, a high-crime city, is in Michigan. College students in the United States know this fact and will correctly identify Detroit as the largest city in Michigan. But knowledge of a fact is not all or none. Facts that we know do not always come to mind when we need them. People who remember that Detroit is in Michigan give higher estimates of the murder rate in the state than people who do not. But a majority of Frederick's respondents did not think of the city when questioned about the state. Indeed, the average guess by people who were asked about Michigan is lower than the guesses of a similar group who were asked about the murder rate in Detroit. Blame for a failure to think of Detroit can be laid on both System 1 and System 2. Whether the city comes to mind when the state is mentioned depends in part on the automatic function of memory. People differ in this respect. The representation of the state of Michigan is very detailed in some people's minds. Residents of the state are more likely to retrieve many facts about it than people who live elsewhere. Geography buffs will retrieve more than others who specialize in baseball statistics. More intelligent individuals are more likely than others to have rich representations of most things. Intelligence is not only the ability to reason, it is also the ability to find relevant material in memory and to deploy attention when needed. Memory function is an attribute of System 1. However, everyone has the option of slowing down to conduct an active search of memory for all possible relevant facts. just as they could slow down to check the intuitive answer in the bat and ball problem. The extent of deliberate checking and search is a characteristic of System 2, which varies among individuals. The bat and ball problem, the Flowers syllogism, and the Michigan-Detroit problem have something in common. Failing these mini-tests appears to be, at least to some extent, a matter of insufficient motivation, not trying hard enough. Anyone who can be admitted to a good university is certainly able to reason through the first two questions and to reflect about Michigan long enough to remember the major city in that state and its crime problem. These students can solve much more difficult problems when they are not tempted to accept a superficially plausible answer that comes readily to mind. The ease with which they are satisfied enough to stop thinking is rather troubling. Lazy is a harsh judgment about the self-monitoring of these young people and their system too, but it does not seem to be unfair. Those who avoid the sin of intellectual sloth could be called engaged. They are more alert, more intellectually active, less willing to be satisfied with superficially attractive answers, more skeptical about their intuitions. The psychologist Keith Stanovich would call them more rational. Intelligence, control, rationality. Researchers have applied diverse methods to examine the connection between thinking and self-control. Some have addressed it by asking the correlation question. If people were ranked by their self-control and by their cognitive aptitude, would individuals have similar positions in the two rankings? In one of the most famous experiments in the history of psychology, Walter Mischel and his students exposed 4-year-old children to a cruel dilemma. They were given a choice between a small reward, 1 Oreo, which they could have at any time, or a larger reward, 2 cookies, for which they had to wait 15 minutes under difficult conditions. They were to remain alone in a room, facing a desk with 2 objects, a single cookie and a bell that the child could ring at any time to call in the experimenter and receive the 1 cookie. As the experiment was described, there were no toys, books, pictures, or other potentially distracting items in the room. The experimenter left the room and did not return until 15 minutes had passed, or the child had rung the bell, eaten the rewards, stood up, or shown any signs of distress. The children were watched through a one-way mirror, and the film that shows their behavior during the waiting time always has the audience roaring in laughter. About half the children managed the feat of waiting for 15 minutes, mainly by keeping their attention away from the tempting reward. 10 or 15 years later, a large gap had opened between those who had resisted temptation and those who had not. The resistors had higher measures of executive control in cognitive tasks, and especially the ability to reallocate their attention effectively. As young adults, they were less likely to take drugs. A significant difference in intellectual aptitude emerged. The children who had shown more self-control as 4-year-olds had substantially higher scores on tests of intelligence. A team of researchers at the University of Oregon explored the link between cognitive control and intelligence in several ways, including an attempt to raise intelligence by improving the control of attention. During 5 40-minute sessions, they exposed children aged 4 to 6 to various computer games especially designed to demand attention and control. In one of the exercises, the children used a joystick to track a cartoon cat and move it to a grassy area while avoiding a muddy area. The grassy areas gradually shrank and the muddy area expanded, requiring progressively more precise control. The testers found that training attention not only improved executive control, scores on nonverbal tests of intelligence also improved, and the improvement was maintained for several months. Other research by the same group identified specific genes that are involved in the control of attention, showed that parenting techniques also affected this ability, and demonstrated a close connection between the children's ability to control their attention and their ability to control their emotions. Shane Frederick constructed a cognitive reflection test, which consists of the bat and ball problem and 2 other questions, chosen because they also invite an intuitive answer that is both compelling and wrong. The questions are shown in Chapter 5. He went on to study the characteristics of students who score very low on this test. The supervisory function of System 2 is weak in these people, and found that they are prone to answer questions with the first idea that comes to mind and unwilling to invest the effort needed to check their intuitions. Individuals who uncritically follow their intuitions about puzzles are also prone to accept other suggestions from System 1. In particular, they are impulsive, impatient, and keen to receive immediate gratification. For example, 63% of the intuitive respondents say they would prefer to get $3,400 this month rather than $3,800 next month. Only 37% of those who solve all 3 puzzles correctly have the same short-sighted preference for receiving a smaller amount immediately. When asked how much they will pay to get overnight delivery of a book they have ordered, the low scorers on the cognitive reflection test are willing to pay twice as much as the high scorers. Frederick's findings suggest that the characters in our psychodrama have different personalities. System 1 is impulsive and intuitive. System 2 is capable of reasoning, and it is cautious, but at least for some people it is also lazy. We recognize related differences among individuals. Some people are more like their System 2, others closer to their System 1. This simple test has emerged as one of the better predictors of lazy thinking. Keith Stanovich and his longtime collaborator Richard West originally introduced the terms System 1 and System 2. They now prefer to speak of Type 1 and Type 2 processes. Stanovich and his colleagues have spent decades studying differences among individuals in the kinds of problems with which this book is concerned. They have asked one basic question in many different ways. What makes some people more susceptible than others to biases of judgment? Stanovich published his conclusions in a book titled Rationality and the Reflective Mind, which offers a bold and distinctive approach to the topic of this chapter. He draws a sharp distinction between 2 parts of System 2. Indeed, the distinction is so sharp that he calls them separate minds. One of these minds, he calls it algorithmic, deals with slow thinking and demanding computation. Some people are better than others in these tasks of brain power. They are individuals who excel in intelligence tests and are able to switch from one task to another quickly and efficiently. However, Stanovich argues that high intelligence does not make people immune to biases. Another ability is involved, which he labels rationality. Stanovich's concept of a rational person is similar to what I earlier labeled engaged. The core of his argument is that rationality should be distinguished from intelligence. In his view, superficial or lazy thinking is a flaw in the reflective mind, a failure of rationality. This is an attractive and thought-provoking idea. In support of it, Stanovich and his colleagues have found that the bat and ball question and others like it are somewhat better indicators of our susceptibility to cognitive errors than our conventional measures of intelligence, such as IQ tests. Time will tell whether the distinction between intelligence and rationality can lead to new discoveries. Speaking of control. She did not have to struggle to stay on task for hours. She was in a state of flow. His ego was depleted after a long day of meetings, so he just turned to standard operating procedures instead of thinking through the problem. He didn't bother to check whether what he said made sense. Does he usually have a lazy system too, or was he unusually tired? Unfortunately, she tends to say the first thing that comes into her mind. She probably also has trouble delaying gratification. Weak System 2. Chapter 4. The Associative Machine. To begin your exploration of the surprising workings of System 1, listen to the following words. Bananas. Vomit. A lot happened to you during the last second or two. You experienced some unpleasant images and memories. Your face twisted slightly in an expression of disgust, and you may have shifted imperceptibly farther away. Your heart rate increased, the hair on your arms rose a little, and your sweat glands were activated. In short, you responded to the disgusting word with an attenuated version of how you would react to the real thing. All of this was completely automatic, beyond your control. There was no particular reason to do so, but your mind automatically assumed a temporal sequence and a causal connection between the words bananas and vomit, forming a sketchy scenario in which bananas caused the sickness. As a result, you are experiencing a temporary aversion to bananas. Don't worry, it will pass. The state of your memory has changed in other ways. You are now unusually ready to recognize and respond to objects and concepts associated with vomit, such as sick, stink, or nausea, and words associated with bananas, such as yellow and fruit, and perhaps apple and berries. Vomiting normally occurs in specific contexts, such as hangovers and indigestion. You would also be unusually ready to recognize words associated with other causes of the same unfortunate outcome. Furthermore, your System 1 noticed the fact that the juxtaposition of the two words is uncommon. You probably never encountered it before. You experienced mild surprise. This complex constellation of responses occurred quickly, automatically, and effortlessly. You did not will it, and you could not stop it. It was an operation of System 1. The events that took place as a result of your seeing the words happened by a process called associative activation. Ideas that have been evoked trigger many other ideas in a spreading cascade of activity in your brain. The essential feature of this complex set of mental events is its coherence. Each element is connected, and each supports and strengthens the others. The word evokes memories, which evoke emotions, which in turn evoke facial expressions and other reactions, such as a general tensing up and an avoidance tendency. The facial expression and the avoidance motion intensify the feelings to which they are linked, and the feelings in turn reinforce compatible ideas. All this happens quickly and all at once, yielding a self-reinforcing pattern of cognitive, emotional, and physical responses that is both diverse and integrated. It has been called associatively coherent. In a second or so, you accomplished, automatically and unconsciously, a remarkable feat. Starting from a completely unexpected event, your System 1 made as much sense as possible of the situation. Two simple words, oddly juxtaposed, by linking the words in a causal story. It evaluated the possible threat, mild to moderate, and created a context for future developments by preparing you for events that had just become more likely. It also created a context for the current event by evaluating how surprising it was. You ended up as informed about the past and as prepared for the future as you could be. An odd feature of what happened is that your System 1 treated the mere conjunction of two words as representations of reality. Your body reacted in an attenuated replica of a reaction to the real thing, and the emotional response and physical recoil were part of the interpretation of the event. As cognitive scientists have emphasized in recent years, cognition is embodied. You think with your body, not only with your brain. The mechanism that causes these mental events has been known for a long time. It is the association of ideas. We all understand from experience that ideas follow each other in our conscious mind in a fairly orderly way. The British philosophers of the 17th and 18th centuries searched for the rules that explain such sequences. In An Enquiry Concerning Human Understanding, published in 1748, the Scottish philosopher David Hume reduced the principles of association to three: resemblance, contiguity in time and place, and causality. Our concept of association has changed radically since Hume's days, but his three principles still provide a good start. I will adopt an expansive view of what an idea is. It can be concrete or abstract, and it can be expressed in many ways, as a verb, as a noun, as an adjective, or as a clenched fist. Psychologists think of ideas as nodes in a vast network called associative memory, in which each idea is linked to many others. There are different types of links. Causes are linked to their effects, virus to cold, things to their properties, lime to green, things to the categories to which they belong, bananas to fruit. One way we have advanced beyond Hume is that we no longer think of the mind as going through a sequence of conscious ideas, one at a time. In the current view of how associative memory works, a great deal happens at once. An idea that has been activated does not merely evoke one other idea. It activates many ideas, which in turn activate others. Furthermore, only a few of the activated ideas will register in consciousness. Most of the work of associative thinking is silent, hidden from our conscious selves. The notion that we have limited access to the workings of our minds is difficult to accept because, naturally, it is alien to our experience. But it is true. You know far less about yourself than you feel you do. The marvels of priming. As is common in science, the first breakthrough in our understanding of the mechanism of association was an improvement in a method of measurement. Until a few decades ago, the only way to study associations was to ask many people questions such as, "What is the first word that comes to your mind when you hear the word day?" The researchers tallied the frequency of responses, such as night, sunny, or long. In the 1980s, psychologists discovered that exposure to a word causes immediate and measurable changes in the ease with which many related words can be evoked. If you have recently seen or heard the word eat, you are temporarily more likely to complete the word fragment S-O-blank-P as soup than as soap. The opposite would happen, of course, if you had just seen wash. We call this a priming effect, and say that the idea of eat primes the idea of soup, and that wash primes soap. Priming effects take many forms. If the idea of eat is currently on your mind, whether or not you are conscious of it, you will be quicker than usual to recognize the word soup when it is spoken in a whisper or presented in a blurry font. And of course you are primed not only for the idea of soup, but also for a multitude of food-related ideas, including fork, hungry, fat, diet, and cookie. If for your most recent meal you sat at a wobbly restaurant table, you will be primed for wobbly as well. Furthermore, the primed ideas have some ability to prime other ideas, although more weakly. Like ripples on a pond, activation spreads through a small part of the vast network of associated ideas. The mapping of these ripples is now one of the most exciting pursuits in psychological research. Another major advance in our understanding of memory was the discovery that priming is not restricted to concepts and words. You cannot know this from conscious experience, of course, but you must accept the alien idea that your actions and your emotions can be primed by events of which you are not even aware. In an experiment that became an instant classic, the psychologist John Barge and his collaborators asked students at New York University, most aged 18 to 22, to assemble 4-word sentences from a set of 5 words. For example, finds he it yellow instantly. For one group of students, half the scrambled sentences contained words associated with the elderly, such as Florida, forgetful, bald, gray, or wrinkle. When they had completed that task, the young participants were sent out to do another experiment in an office down the hall. That short walk was what the experiment was about. The researchers unobtrusively measured the time it took people to get from one end of the corridor to the other. As Barge had predicted, the young people who had fashioned a sentence from words with an elderly theme walked down the hallway significantly more slowly than the others. The Florida effect involves 2 stages of priming. First, the set of words primes thoughts of old age, though the word old is never mentioned. Second, these thoughts prime a behavior, walking slowly, which is associated with old age. All this happens without any awareness. When they were questioned afterward, none of the students reported noticing that the words had had a common theme, and they all insisted that nothing they did after the first experiment could have been influenced by the words they had encountered. The idea of old age had not come to their conscious awareness, but their actions had changed nevertheless. This remarkable priming phenomenon, the influencing of an action by the idea, is known as the ideometer effect. Although you surely were not aware of it, reading this paragraph primed you as well. If you had needed to stand up to get a glass of water, you would have been slightly slower than usual to rise from your chair, unless you happen to dislike the elderly, in which case research suggests that you might have been slightly faster than usual. The ideometer link also works in reverse. A study conducted in a German university was the mirror image of the early experiment that Barge and his colleagues had carried out in New York. Students were asked to walk around a room for 5 minutes at a rate of 30 steps per minute, which was about 1/3 their normal pace. After this brief experience, the participants were much quicker to recognize words related to old age, such as forgetful, old, and lonely. Reciprocal priming effects tend to produce a coherent reaction. If you were primed to think of old age, you would tend to act old, and acting old would reinforce the thought of old age. Reciprocal links are common in the associative network. For example, being amused tends to make you smile, and smiling tends to make you feel amused. Go ahead and take a pencil and hold it between your teeth for a few seconds with the eraser pointing to your right and the point to your left. Now hold the pencil so the point is aimed straight in front of you by pursing your lips around the eraser end. You were probably unaware that one of these actions forced your face into a frown and the other into a smile. College students were asked to rate the humor of cartoons from Gary Larson's The Far Side while holding a pencil in their mouth. Those who were smiling, without any awareness of doing so, found the cartoons funnier than did those who were frowning. In another experiment, people whose face was shaped into a frown by squeezing their eyebrows together reported an enhanced emotional response to upsetting pictures, starving children, people arguing, maimed accident victims. Simple common gestures can also unconsciously influence our thoughts and feelings. In one demonstration, people were asked to listen to messages through new headphones. They were told that the purpose of the experiment was to test the quality of the audio equipment and were instructed to move their heads repeatedly to check for any distortions of sound. Half the participants were told to nod their head up and down, while others were told to shake it side to side. The messages they heard were radio editorials. Those who nodded, a yes gesture, tended to accept the message they heard, but those who shook their head tended to reject it. Again, there was no awareness, just a habitual connection between an attitude of rejection or acceptance and its common physical expression. You can see why the common admonition to act calm and kind regardless of how you feel is very good advice. You are likely to be rewarded by actually feeling calm and kind. Primes that guide us. Studies of priming effects have yielded discoveries that threaten our self-image as conscious and autonomous authors of our judgments and our choices. For instance, most of us think of voting as a deliberate act that reflects our values and our assessments of policies and is not influenced by irrelevancies. Our vote should not be affected by the location of the polling station, for example, but it is. A study of voting patterns in precincts in Arizona in 2000 showed that the support for propositions to increase the funding of schools was significantly greater when the polling station was in a school than when it was in a nearby location. A separate experiment showed that exposing people to images of classrooms and school lockers also increased the tendency of participants to support a school initiative. The effect of these images was larger than the difference between parents and other voters. The study of priming has come some way from the initial demonstrations that reminding people of old age makes them walk more slowly. We now know that the effects of priming can reach into every corner of our lives. Reminders of money produce some troubling effects. Participants in one experiment were shown a list of 5 words from which they were required to construct a 4-word phrase that had a money theme. High a salary desk paying became a high-paying salary. Other primes were much more subtle, including the presence of an irrelevant money-related object in the background, such as a stack of Monopoly money on a table, or a computer with a screensaver of dollar bills floating in water. Money-primed people become more independent than they would be without the associative trigger. They persevered almost twice as long in trying to solve a very difficult problem before they asked the experimenter for help, a crisp demonstration of increased self-reliance. Money-primed people are also more selfish. They were much less willing to spend time helping another student who pretended to be confused about an experimental task. When an experimenter clumsily dropped a bunch of pencils on the floor, the participants with money unconsciously on their mind picked up fewer pencils. In another experiment in the series, participants were told that they would shortly have a get-acquainted conversation with another person and were asked to set up 2 chairs while the experimenter left to retrieve that person. Participants primed by money chose to stay much farther apart than their non-primed peers, 118 versus 80 centimeters. Money-primed undergraduates also showed a greater preference for being alone. The general theme of these findings is that the idea of money primes individualism, a reluctance to be involved with others, to depend on others, or to accept demands from others. The psychologist who has done this remarkable research, Kathleen Voss, has been laudably restrained in discussing the implications of her findings, leaving the task to her readers. Her experiments are profound. Her findings suggest that living in a culture that surrounds us with reminders of money may shape our behavior and our attitudes in ways that we do not know about and of which we may not be proud. Some cultures provide frequent reminders of respect. Others constantly remind their members of God. And some societies prime obedience by large images of the dear leader. Can there be any doubt that the ubiquitous portraits of the national leader in dictatorial societies not only convey the feeling that Big Brother is watching, but also lead to an actual reduction in spontaneous thought and independent action? The evidence of priming studies suggests that reminding people of their mortality increases the appeal of authoritarian ideas, which may become reassuring in the context of the terror of death. Other experiments have confirmed Freudian insights about the role of symbols and metaphors in unconscious associations. For example, consider the ambiguous word fragments W blank blank H and S blank blank P. People who were recently asked to think of an action of which they are ashamed are more likely to complete those fragments as wash and soap, and less likely to see wish and soup. Furthermore, merely thinking about stabbing a coworker in the back leaves people more inclined to buy soap, disinfectant, or detergent than batteries, juice, or candy bars. Feeling that one's soul is stained appears to trigger a desire to cleanse one's body, an impulse that has been dubbed the Lady Macbeth effect. The cleansing is highly specific to the body parts involved in a sin. Participants in an experiment were induced to lie to an imaginary person, either on the phone or in an email. In a subsequent test of the desirability of various products, people who had lied on the phone preferred mouthwash over soap, and those who had lied in email preferred soap to mouthwash. When I describe priming studies to audiences, the reaction is often disbelief. This is not a surprise. System 2 believes that it is in charge and that it knows the reasons for its choices. Questions are probably cropping up in your mind as well. How is it possible for such trivial manipulations of the context to have such large effects? Do these experiments demonstrate that we are completely at the mercy of whatever primes the environment provides at any moment? Of course not. The effects of the primes are robust, but not necessarily large. Among 100 voters, only a few whose initial preferences were uncertain will vote differently about a school issue if their precinct is located in a school rather than in a church. But a few percent could tip an election. The idea you should focus on, however, is that disbelief is not an option. The results are not made up, nor are they statistical flukes. You have no choice but to accept that the major conclusions of these studies are true. More important, you must accept that they are true about you. If you had been exposed to a screensaver of floating dollar bills, you too would likely have picked up fewer pencils to help a clumsy stranger. You do not believe that these results apply to you because they correspond to nothing in your subjective experience. But your subjective experience consists largely of the story that your System 2 tells itself about what is going on. Priming phenomena arise in System 1, and you have no conscious access to them. I conclude with a perfect demonstration of a priming effect, which was conducted in an office kitchen at a British university. For many years, members of that office had paid for the tea or coffee to which they helped themselves during the day by dropping money into an honesty box. A list of suggested prices was posted. One day, a banner poster was displayed just above the price list with no warning or explanation. For a period of 10 weeks, a new image was presented each week, either flowers or eyes that appeared to be looking directly at the observer. No one commented on the new decorations, but the contributions to the honesty box changed significantly. The posters and the amounts that people put into the cash box, relative to the amount they consumed, are shown in Figure 4 of the PDF. They deserve a close look. On the first week of the experiment, which you can see at the bottom of the figure, 2 wide-open eyes stare at the coffee or tea drinkers, whose average contribution was 70 pence per litre of milk. On week 2, the poster shows flowers, and average contributions drop to about 15 pence. The trend continues. On average, the users of the kitchen contributed almost 3 times as much in eye weeks as they did in flower weeks. Evidently, a purely symbolic reminder of being watched prodded people into improved behavior. As we expect at this point, the effect occurs without any awareness. Do you now believe that you would also fall into the same pattern? Some years ago, the psychologist Timothy Wilson wrote a book with the evocative title, Strangers to Ourselves. You have now been introduced to that stranger in you, which may be in control of much of what you do, although you rarely have a glimpse of it. System 1 provides the impressions that often turn into your beliefs, and is the source of the impulses that often become your choices and your actions. It offers a tacit interpretation of what happens to you and around you, linking the present with the recent past and with expectations about the near future. It contains the model of the world that instantly evaluates events as normal or surprising. It is the source of your rapid and often precise intuitive judgments, and it does most of this without your conscious awareness of its activities. System 1 is also, as we will see in the following chapters, the origin of many of the systematic errors in your intuitions. Speaking of priming. The sight of all these people in uniforms does not prime creativity. The world makes much less sense than you think. The coherence mostly comes from the way your mind works. They were primed to find flaws, and this is exactly what they found. His System 1 constructed a story, and his System 2 believed it. It happens to all of us. I made myself smile, and I'm actually feeling better. Chapter 5. Cognitive Ease. Whenever you are conscious, and perhaps even when you are not, multiple computations are going on in your brain, which maintain and update current answers to some key questions. Is anything new going on? Is there a threat? Are things going well? Should my attention be redirected? Is more effort needed for this task? You can think of a cockpit with a set of dials that indicate the current values of each of these essential variables. The assessments are carried out automatically by System 1, and their main function is to determine whether extra effort is required from System 2. One of the dials measures cognitive ease, and its range is between easy and strained. Easy is a sign that things are going well. No threats, no major news, no need to redirect attention or mobilize effort. Strained indicates that a problem exists, which will require increased mobilization of System 2. Conversely, you experience cognitive strain. Cognitive strain is affected by both the current level of effort and the presence of unmet demands. The surprise is that a single dial of cognitive ease is connected to a large network of diverse inputs and outputs. Figure 5 on the PDF tells the story. The figure suggests that a sentence that is printed in a clear font, or has been repeated, or has been primed, will be fluently processed with cognitive ease. Hearing a speaker when you are in a good mood, or even when you have a pencil stuck crosswise in your mouth to make you smile, also induces cognitive ease. Conversely, you experience cognitive strain when you read instructions in a poor font, or in faint colors, or worded in complicated language, or when you are in a bad mood, and even when you frown. The various causes of ease or strain have interchangeable effects. When you are in a state of cognitive ease, you are probably in a good mood, like what you see, believe what you hear, trust your intuitions, and feel that the current situation is comfortably familiar. You are also likely to be relatively casual and superficial in your thinking. When you feel strained, you are more likely to be vigilant and suspicious, invest more effort in what you are doing, feel less comfortable, and make fewer errors, but you also are less intuitive and less creative than usual. Illusions of remembering. The word illusion brings visual illusions to mind, because we are all familiar with pictures that mislead. But vision is not the only domain of illusions. Memory is also susceptible to them, as is thinking more generally. David Stenbill, Monica Bigowski, Shanna Tirana. I just made up these names. If you encounter any of them within the next few minutes, you are likely to remember where you saw them. You know, and will know for a while, that these are not the names of minor celebrities. But suppose that a few days from now you are shown a long list of names, including some minor celebrities and new names of people you have never heard of. Your task will be to check every name of a celebrity in the list. There is a substantial probability that you will identify David Stenbill as a well-known person, although you will not, of course, know whether you encountered his name in the context of movies, sports, or politics. Larry Jacoby, the psychologist who first demonstrated this memory illusion in the laboratory, titled his article, "Becoming Famous Overnight." How does this happen? Start by asking yourself how you know whether or not someone is famous. In some cases, truly famous people, or of celebrities in an area you follow, you have a mental file with rich information about a person. Think Albert Einstein, Bono, Hillary Clinton. But you will have no file of information about David Stenbill if you encounter his name in a few days. All you will have is a sense of familiarity. You have seen this name somewhere. Jacoby nicely stated the problem. The experience of familiarity has a simple but powerful quality of pastness that seems to indicate that it is a direct reflection of prior experience. This quality of pastness is an illusion. The truth is, as Jacoby and many followers have shown, that the name David Stenbill will look familiar when you see it because you will see it more clearly. Words that you have seen before become easier to see again. You can identify them better than other words when they are shown very briefly or masked by noise, and you will be quicker by a few hundredths of a second to read them than to read other words. In short, you experience greater cognitive ease in perceiving a word you have seen earlier, and it is this sense of ease that gives you the impression of familiarity. Figure 5 on the PDF suggests a way to test this. Choose a completely new word, make it easier to see, and it will be more likely to have the quality of pastness. Indeed, a new word is more likely to be recognized as familiar if it is unconsciously primed by showing it for a few milliseconds just before the test, or if it is shown in sharper contrast than some other words in the list. The link also operates in the other direction. Imagine you are shown a list of words that are more or less out of focus. Some of the words are severely blurred, others less so, and your task is to identify the words that are shown more clearly. A word that you have seen recently will appear to be clearer than unfamiliar words. As Figure 5 on the PDF indicates, the various ways of inducing cognitive ease or strain are interchangeable. You may not know precisely what it is that makes things cognitively easy or strained. This is how the illusion of familiarity comes about. Illusions of truth. New York is a large city in the United States. The moon revolves around the earth. A chicken has 4 legs. In all these cases, you quickly retrieved a great deal of related information, almost all pointing one way or another. You knew soon after reading them that the first 2 statements are true and the last one is false. Note, however, that the statement, "A chicken has 3 legs," is more obviously false than "A chicken has 4 legs." Your associative machinery slows the judgment of the latter sentence by delivering the fact that many animals have 4 legs, and perhaps also that supermarkets often sell chicken legs in packages of 4. System 2 was involved in sifting that information, perhaps raising the issue of whether the question about New York was too easy, or checking the meaning of revolves. Think of the last time you took a driving test. Is it true that you need a special license to drive a vehicle that weighs more than 3 tons? Perhaps you studied seriously and can remember the side of the page on which the answer appeared, as well as the logic behind it. This is certainly not how I passed driving tests when I moved to a new state. My practice was to read the booklet of rules quickly once and hope for the best. I knew some of the answers from the experience of driving for a long time. But there were questions where no good answer came to mind, where all I had to go by was cognitive ease. If the answer felt familiar, I assumed that it was probably true. If it looked new, or improbably extreme, I rejected it. The impression of familiarity is produced by System 1, and System 2 relies on that impression for a true or false judgment. The lesson of Figure 5 is that predictable illusions inevitably occur if a judgment is based on an impression of cognitive ease or strain. Anything that makes it easier for the associative machine to run smoothly will also bias beliefs. A reliable way to make people believe in falsehoods is frequent repetition, because familiarity is not easily distinguished from truth. Authoritarian institutions and marketers have always known this fact. But it was psychologists who discovered that you do not have to repeat the entire statement of a fact or idea to make it appear true. People who were repeatedly exposed to the phrase, "the body temperature of a chicken," were more likely to accept as true the statement that the body temperature of a chicken is 144 degrees.